So let's will stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning.
Why, hello there. Greetings, what's up? Oh, that's a little loud. Let me pull that down a little bit for you. What's up? How's it going? Hi. Chat's kind of like on me today, but that's because I'm kind of leaning in this direction, but it's fine. Hello. Wow, how's it going? Weavy boy, what's up? Okay, let's see. We're talking necromancers. Honestly, I was actually seeing if I can make a warlock necromancer. Love the idea. And started thinking of how I would make a necromancer warlock subclass. And I realized that having undead that don't betray you after 24 hours would crash the job market for basic labor. Yes. Kind of like how automation did for cars and such. Two things on that. I think a warlock necromancer could be really interesting. I think if you like took the necromancer's limited resource pool that they kind of work with and take a bit of that and be like, yes, you can allocate some of this to like a skeleton minion that just like you always have. And then they can't, have like an infinite number of skeletons over time, but they get like one cooler skeleton or two cooler skeletons than like a normal raise dead spell. Or animate dead, then maybe you can make it work. I've been a lazy week. I've been getting back in the groove of homebrew. Nice. I do love me some homebrew. Let me actually pull chat. Chat, you're going over here today. At least for now. Hey there, Dark Hearth. Intro Necrocraft mechanics. Yes. Always. I love all kinds of crafting things. How are you doing, Dark Hearth? Oh, you weren't here for we concluded the Wilder Myth campaign. First, hi, Winning. You are not, but welcome anyway. We concluded the Wilder Myth. You got some cool powers, beat some people up, and then retired. It was great. We had a good time. Things are going great. Ads, I'm sorry, Winning. It's because I don't like run ads on my stream, so you get pre-roll ads. The Wilder Myth, I thoroughly enjoy Wilder Myth. I love it as like a D&D light kind of thing sometimes. Because it has a lot of those like adventuring vibes. But yeah, or you could subscribe. This is true. Hey there, Iagra. Would a flesh crafting count? Because I was thinking of laying the groundwork for that and even started on an artificer class based around that. Now, see, what we were talking about with this, when I was talking to some other people about like necromancers and their impact on the world at large, right? Was like, culturally, how is raising the bodies of your dead loved ones seen, right? Because like, I bring a bunch of random bones together to make a skeleton that does work for me. One thing. I graft the flesh from my victims together to make a golem. Another one. Were you first? No, you were like third. Sorry, Winning. Diablo 2 talk. I do like me some Diablo. I've been kind of on a low avoiding internet stuff for a week, so it's good to hear the story went well. Well, I'm sorry about the low. I'm happy you're here and I hope you have a good time. I hope we can help with that. We do like good vibes here, though. We do recognize that everybody does have low points sometimes. We support mental health. Dumber and Elder Scrolls is the ancestor spirit in their religion. That actual necromancy, not so much. Necromancy is an example of why the means are very important to the ends you wish to achieve. Absolutely. Necromancy doesn't support mental health. You have a point. You do. That's fair. I'm gonna have to rectify this at some point. That is very fair, Brian. Very fair. Diablo 2 Resurrection just released this week. I might have to add some Diablo to my list of things to do. I need to finish Tales of Arise before I start another RPG. I've been enjoying that. I mean, it's just a JRPG. It's just great. Yes, it does. I'm dead inside, so ergo, it will cover my mental health. But no, I'm just not gonna. I'm gonna leave that one right there, Weaver. I can't play Diablo 2. That is the game that burned me out on grinding. Some games will do that to you. Absolutely. Okay. Hopping subjects like I always do. Necromancy, really interesting. Check out Guild Wars 2's Path of Fire. There's a whole kingdom there where necromancy is like, that is the afterlife for you when you die. You live on as a undead servant of your household. So like you can continue to assist your family after death. And it's the whole cultural norm in that region, in that country, is undead. And like your priests are necromancers. I find that fascinating. Basically become a butler when you die. Yeah. And a more powerful household who has more powerful necromancers may bring you back in a more competent state. So you may be a cooler undead creature, or you may be more sentient. But yeah, at worst, you become a butler to help your family. Yeah. Or like, what does that do to the political situation of a country if all of their leaders make up the Senate? Like you have say you have a Rome, right? You have an emperor and you have the Senate. Every time the emperor dies, they are raised and they go into the Senate. So then Star Wars, I am the Senate. Oh, sorry.
I am the Senate.
But yes. So like whenever you have just this body of just like experience that never dies, to always pull through. What does that do to a country? What does that do to the political makeup of the country? Ostensibly, that probably makes the country incredibly like conservative towards whatever beliefs have been held in that Senate already. But we had a lengthy discussion about that. Ooh, I feel like I have like an eyelash in my eye. The highest of society straight up just punch the resident god of death, steal his lunch money, and use some of it to bribe the ferryman of the underworld to deadass bring you back. Basically. Also, how necromancy works is very closely related to how death works in your world, if you're homebrewing a whole world. If you're doing D&D things, odds are good you're confined more within how D&D works, of which death is mostly hand-waved because resurrection spells exist. But I can see some interesting things done there. But yes, necromancy's chalk aside, Diablo 2 is awesome. I'm about to add that back to my list of things to do. Guild Wars is always intriguing to me. Sadly, the only MMO to hold me as a player has been Final Fantasy 14. I respect that. So Final Fantasy 14, I like no life for like 30 straight hours one time. And by one time, I mean like a couple months ago, my friends were like, yeah, let's play some Final Fantasy. And I was like, okay, it's free. I'll give it a shot. I'm always put off by subscription games, kind of just as a blanket. I have a really hard time justifying to myself paying a subscription to a game, even if like ultimately it pays less. Like I pay less to do the thing. And then when I pay a subscription, I feel like I have to get value out every month, which doesn't always work for me on like my schedule of interests or work or whatever else is going on in my life, or just mental health, right? So I put off most subscription games, which a lot of them are the good MMOs or some of the good MMOs, for a while. Guild Wars 2, I've been playing on and off since it came out because it was like a one and done. I buy the game, I buy the expansions, I just keep playing the game. I thoroughly enjoy Guild Wars 2. I personally like the world building. I like the fashion system in it a lot. I know it's not for everybody. totally cool. Final Fantasy 14, I did enjoy for a while. I was playing a summoner. And then just like I hit that slog in the first part of the game where like things get kind of like really slow. And then my friends started bouncing to other games. And then I was like, okay, I don't really want to play this by myself right now. Guild Wars 2 is great. I'm just sad how grindy it can get. Yeah, that's kind of just like the nature of MMOs, unfortunately. The end game opens up a little bit better than Warframe, though. I mean, Warframe is just grind. Like, that's just the whole gameplay loop is grind. Which is fine if you like that stuff. You're going to play the D2 Remastered. I may at one point. I might winning. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm currently playing Tales of Arise on the back end, like on my own time. Which I do thoroughly enjoy Tales of Arise. I have a hard time playing RPGs as stream things, because then I feel like I can't play them when I'm not streaming. And sometimes I have weeks like this week where like I've just had a lot of work. Like I've just been doing a lot of things for work, and because of that have had not a lot of time to play games. Essentially, there are two categories: soul necromancy and flesh necromancy. Soul necromancy is the resurrection and healing stuff, and flesh necromancy is more the undead damage side of things. Cool. I like that divide and making them very similar magic types, because they are, right? They're like two sides of the same coin. Resurrection magic, the way it is in D&D, is very captivating as a world building tool, but I feel it kills a lot of emotionally meaningful story motivations. Agreed. Agree on the subscription vibes. Normally a big no for me, but Final Fantasy 14 has a thing that just hits right. I mean, absolutely agree. I think from what I have played, and I've seen more than I've played of Final Fantasy 14, right? It is a very captivating story system and progression. I love the idea that your character can just do everything. Like you can, with enough time, learn all the classes. Cool. Yeah, you can get all the skills. You can only be one at a time, but you can get them all, which is nice for people who do want to play everything, but like don't have to make more characters. Also, I think the aesthetic of Final Fantasy 14 is really good. That's a big thing for me. I can't spend a lot of time in a game if I don't like the way it looks. I can't. Like World of Warcraft, besides the subscription system, I don't love the aesthetic of World of Warcraft. I couldn't grind World of Warcraft because I just don't like the way that it looks. Wish I had more time to do content in ESO, but I just don't have time or energy. I'm so tired by the work day ends. I feel that on so many levels, Viagra. Speaking of tired, I went for a walk in the woods today, again, to try and find an old special place. Couldn't find it. My hips are hurting and I slipped in the creek, injured my wrist, but did get a few nice pictures of nature. Viagra, why? Why do you always have stories of you getting hurt, Viagra? I'm sorry. Definitely wore you out. That sounds like it. Thoughts on new God of War 2 trailer? I only watched a bit of it. So, as I've said before, I have this relationship with trailers where I hate them. I hate trailers. Well, I should say I hate trailers as a general blanket statement. One, because if I'm already excited for something like I am for God of War Ragnarok, super hype, the trailer's not going to get me more hype. It's just going to spoil things. So I watched part of it because I was watching the PlayStation release. I'm like, I'll turn this off. I think it looks very hype. I've seen a bunch of the criticism people have of the character designs. I'm like, who cares? It's God of War. They're basically making everything up as they go. So that's never been a thing that's been a problem to me. I'm going to play the game. We're going to play the crap out of the game. If I can get myself a PlayStation 5, I've been trying. I've been working on it. We will play it. We will play it on stream because we played the last one on stream. And we will probably just no life it. Life and death is not a coin flip. It's a spectrum on one. That is a better. Spectrum is better. Yes. PS5s are still super rare. I saw that coming. I'll talk about that in a second. I'm just going through things as we go. On one end are the living things. On the other side of the dead debris. And the brownish area, the undead and the fungi. I love it. WoW orcs are a bit cartoony. WoW's art style in general is just kind of cartoony, yes. Which is one of the things I don't like about it per se. Like there is some cartoony I do like. Like Like, I think more cell shading cartoony in the proportions of WoW is what kind of puts me off. I don't feel like my character looks like elegant or heroic or cool. It's just shoulder pauldrons. It's just all shoulders. No, I didn't almost die, but I did almost not make it out of the woods before it got dark, so that would have sucked. That's how you die. That's how you die. This is the last one they said. People originally thought it was 3, but they didn't want people to wait another 5 years to wrap up their story. That's fair. That's fair. Honestly, I didn't think God of War needed this new God of War, right? The Norse one. I liked the God of War series before that. They made a new game for it. I didn't think they needed to. It was a great game. Can't complain. I think if this is where they think they need to end it, they should end it. I think it's still going to be pretty good. I've yet to be disappointed by a God of War game. PS5s are still super rare. There are 2 big things going on with that still. One is the internet scalping culture, where if something is rare and in demand, people are, building bots to buy them up as quickly as possible. And there's a massive demand. So people are still selling them for like $900,000 on eBay. 2, they are at a shortage because there's a microchip shortage going on right now. That is still going on. It will probably still affect these into like next year. They are the kind of the woods you find Jason Voorhees in, so there's that. Extra reason to avoid dying in there. So Odin has to be final boss. There's a good chance Odin's the final boss. That would be a good guess. There is some other things that could be the final boss, right? Like Odin could be the mid boss and get killed, and you're still dealing with Ragnarok for the rest of the game, and like you fight Surtur at the end. We fight Surtur? I feel like we fought Surtur. Maybe it was just because we were in Muspelheim. And we were doing stuff there. Right. Like, you've got all the timey-wimey stuff going on with, Jormungandr getting thrown back through time during his fight with Thor, and us already meeting Jormungandr, and Jormungandr meeting his father before he has Jormungandr. So, like, there's all kinds of things that could go on there. I think Odin being a final boss could be a good one. I think some massive fight with like the world tree itself could be on the table. I think just fighting Ragnarok and what comes out of Ragnarok, the whole slog through to the end, could be a thing. I mean, we could fight Hel. Frey is probably the first boss. Maybe. I mean, Thor might be really early and then we just don't kill Thor, right? And we like rematch Thor later. Thor mid. Well, if you remember the end of God of War 1, right? Thor's literally at our door, like Baldur was at the beginning of God of War. So there's a good chance we start off with a Thor tutorial fight, and then we'll fight Thor later, like halfway through the game. Especially since we killed all of his sons, I think. Or did one get away? I feel like we killed them all. I don't remember. I have to check. Not sure. I couldn't find the special place, so no idea what's out there. Oh dear. I mean, I'm just speculating at this point. I watched only the first bit of the trailer because I'm already incredibly hyped for the game. Camera, why? I keep seeing it stutter. I keep seeing it. You guys know how I am. When my camera starts acting up, I tilt. But yes. Other things. I have been doing a little teeny bit of bodying work, and by teeny bit I mean like kind of a lot. But yeah, you straight up just beat the crap out of Thor and he wakes up in New York with no memory and only his hammer. Turns out the new God of War was just a Marvel marketing scheme. I'm now tilted 3 degrees. Facts. But yeah. So I was doing some stuff with Badian that I don't want to reveal quite yet in case I don't finish it. Ideally was trying to get stuff done for like next month, but I had a really busy work week this week and didn't do that much in there because, you know, work. But yeah, that's on the list. I started playing more Pokemon Unite again because it's a fun game and the mobile release came out, so I got my little rewards. They got a couple new Pokemon in there. Blastoise, hilarious, absolutely hilarious. You just like chain CC people with hydro pumps for days, and it's very funny. But I've been enjoying that. Probably gonna get more into that and play more of that in the futures. I picked up the Castlevania collection, and like that's a thing that we may do on stream one day, just play some Castlevania on the Switch. I did have a request today to play some marbles, and I could be very interested in playing some marbles and just chilling today, because I was like, I have a bunch of things I could do today, but I was like, I don't know what I want to do today. But I was like, okay, bare minimum, we're gonna start the stream and we're just gonna chill. I mean, marbles plus talking can't really go wrong. That's kind of what I was thinking when we were talking about it. Like when it came up, I'm like, I didn't even consider playing marbles. I didn't consider it, and we could definitely do it. Jackbox hype stream. So I don't want to play Jackbox today. I have some thoughts for Jackbox hype things. I don't want to go too deep into them yet because I'm not confident I can pull them off yet. When I have them done or more confidence in pulling them off, you will know. Because we are absolutely going to play Jackbox Party Pack 8 when it comes out. I basically bought it as soon as I could on Steam. Maybe next week before release. Maybe that's kind of a soft deadline that I'm trying to hit for some stuff. Maybe because of that. I don't know. I can't speak to those things yet because I'm not ready to. But yes, winning. It's on the list. When did the last one come out? Let's find out. Did I just bop into some music real fast? Yeah, last year. Came out last year, Reaver. Yeah, it came out October 15th, 2020. Yeah, it looks like they do about one a year. Yeah. But yes, we will do Jackboxy things. It'll happen. It will. I don't necessarily have the energy to play host and run games in Jackbox right now. I was trying to build a couple other things to support it. The least of which, where I guess I can't talk about because I will have this done, is a couple Jackbox commands and like key like buttons I can just program for body to do the little spiel and stuff. But yeah, what the dub? I have not. What is what the dub? Multiplayer party game where each player overdubs. Oh, I have actually heard of this. Yeah, it's like the best game out of Words with Friends. Oh, out of Use Your Words. That's what it is. It's like the best game out of Use Your Words. Yes, thank you. Yeah. It's like the only game that we even played Use Your Words for a couple hours. We're like, yeah, that game, that was fun. The other ones were all just like Jackbox is better. I will consider this. How does this? I'll have to look into how the multiplayer works on this. Looks like it's got an any device support. I will look into it. Do not worry, because I did really like that game. Because I need like at least some level of authentication or moderation or something to be able to competently say I want to play this on stream, not in a like extra work I have to schedule kind of stream, which I know we haven't done yet because there's a lot of extra work that I have to then try to figure out. I'm sure it's a ton of fun. It looks very fun. But in the current environment of hate raids on Twitch, I need to be even more extra careful about playing games on Twitch that lets people do that kind of crap, right? Like we've dealt with it before it was a cool thing to do, right? Don't do it. It's not cool. You're being a little weenie that needs some like help, who like didn't get enough hugs when they were a kid. but it's fine. Whatever. I hope the people who are doing that kind of stuff like get help because they need it. But it makes a very awkward environment to try to do that kind of stuff. So I just have to be careful, right? Because I want to have fun. I want to do things that are fun. I want to foster an environment that is fun. I mean, Iago and I already play the game of ban the hate rate accounts as fast as possible. So like, it's happening. But yes, I will add it to the list. Winning, promise. I've already favorited it, so I will go and check it out. But yes, I think we might choose marbles, because people said like, yeah, give me marbles. I'm like, honestly, a good idea. So let me just set up marbles and chill. Honestly, the main way to solve the problem is to hold those people actually accountable. I do agree. It's really hard, though. Just kind of hard when even those who are supposed to be invested in doing so don't seem to be putting in the effort. I can confirm, though, Twitch is putting in the effort. They are trying. You also have to recognize Twitch. This is not an This is not an easy problem to solve. Mostly because the false positives for it. Oh, you mean Twitter? It's kind of harder on Twitter too. But yes, it is a massive problem social media has to eventually solve. The big problem of it is they're very large ships, metaphor, right? It's really hard for them to make these structural changes, even if they have a good solution to it. The other problem is there isn't a good solution. We just don't have one. And that is because the false positives of any kind of solution here. Camera, I saw that. 6 degrees. Tilted 6 degrees. But yeah, like I was saying, the false positives of that system is the big problem, right? Banning or silencing people who aren't doing the problematic thing by accident is just a big no. Big thing they have to deal with. Make sure I have the marbles scene capture going on here while I set this up. So that becomes problematic. Okay, cool. I do have marbles. Marbles. You want to capture marbles? Or do I have something over you? Ah, I have something over it. There it is. Oh, I need to log back in. Let's do that. But yes, tilted maybe 27 degrees now. There we goes. Means I can hit this button. And we can bring some marblesy stuff soon. So, what do we want to do with marbles? We want to do a bunch of little races. Do we want to do some Grand Prix? What are we feeling? I tend to like Grand Prix when we run them at least as individual things, because a race could take like 2 minutes. Some of them take much longer than 2 minutes. But some of them only take like 2 minutes. Okay, I have a radio announcer module I can put on. I could be a radio announcer for this game. This would be good. Oh, so I guess we can change the music from Lost Chapter. A little more fun. Alistair, is that you?
No.
But okays. We're gonna do some marbles. Can you sing stuff from the 1940s with that voice mod on? I mean, I could if I were to sing. Did your character from Wild Myth get his conclusion? You were there for that, weren't you? Yeah. Yeah, we ended up winning. We fought them off. We defeated the dragon at the end. I think Iago got the killing blow. You are still mostly wolf, and you guys have gone into my legacy. So the next game we play, we could probably start with some of you. Like, we might be able to start with Iog. Oh, you fell asleep. That's right. You did. You did not die, Weaver. You had a kid, Grace. You retired at the end. We did find out, though, that your family were not the Dragon Slayers. They were friends of the Dragon Slayers and carried the name on. Because they didn't have any children. Yeah, the game totally did not acknowledge that Iogre got the killing blow, which I feel like it should have, because that would have been cool, but yes. But yeah, big climactic dragon fight. You guys beat the dragon and retired happily. New Dragon Slayers. You got a magic poison spear. You poisoned everybody's weapons with like hurt the dragon poison, and then you beat the crap out of the dragon. And it went pretty great. Nobody died. But yeah, so the next time we start a campaign in Wildermyth, we could start with some of your guys' characters. And they would reset in age, and they get a new story, and we could get more progression. So you could go full werewolf. And maybe Weaver could get that poison he also wanted. Although the Hobwood Strikes was pretty clutch. Weaver probably did the most damage, I think, out of any of our units. Like, on a per mission they went on, like, basis, because Winning might have done the most damage overall. Because he was in all 5 chapters. He didn't retire. But yeah. Wildermyth, lots of fun. I do recommend it. We will play more. But today, let's do three map Grand Prix. Boop, boop, boop. Let's do that. So let's get some marble races ready to go. Make sure I have these on correctly. Everything's set up right here. Yeah, viewers. Yep. Woot! So, if you'd like to marble race, ! Play in chat. We'll do a 2-minute. No, we'll go back to 69 seconds. There we go. ! Play in chat. Get on in. You got about a minute left to join on up. I think it's enough time. If you're a sub, you get the cool little metal ball. Everybody else gets the normie ball. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of skins yet. I could try to get some more skins someday. I could. But yes, we're going to play some marbles today. And I will announce the marbles in this voice because it's funnier. And it'll just be a good time. But yes. Wildermyth, lots of fun though. As always though, by the way, we are going to give out platinum. Okay, here's gonna be my platinum plan. I think we give 100 plat per win, and then we give out the big payments for the Grand Prix wins, for the Grand Prix places. So for each race, the winner of each race gets 100 plat. The Grand Prix at the end will get more that I will figure out at a later date. Because the racers are gonna be off to the races now. And they're off. We were taking an early lead, followed by Eric to sweep Iogre out first through the gate, though. I've never seen this map. This is an interesting map. Could use the 1940s voice line to say, and then he turned himself into a picker. Funniest shit I've ever seen. I need a laugh track for that. Eric, though, drop it first. Billy getting out of the gate before the others. Mr. Chen coming through with the quick drop in, taking an early lead for Brian as he's off. Can anybody catch him now? Ooh, we were falling close behind, followed by Eric. Mr. Chen blocked by the tires. I almost said, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm out. Oh, you're staying 1 second. Weaver off to the lead. And we're out of race mode. Winning said, so this chick I've been dating lied about her age. Okay, no. Found out she said she was 30. Turns out she's 24. Huge red flag. I mean, lying about your age is a red flag. Absolutely. 30 to 24 is not the biggest of red flags. Right? Like saying you're 24 and you're like 18, big old red flag. Lying about your age though, or lying in general, on a while dating or dating profile or whatever you're doing, red flag.
Ooh, Mr. Chen in the front, but he's stopped by the tires. So is Iagra as Weaver comes smashing through, breaking it up, and Iagra takes back the lead. Alright, we're back into announcing voice. Ooh, but Weaver, though, sneaks in first to the boosters. Smashes in the tires as well with Iagra, but Weaver manages to eke it out to the front. Weaver taking to the outside track through the rumble strip here. Will he make it through? Ooh. But I'm coming in behind him. Never mind, Weaver wins. Well done, Weaver.
Okay, let's get Weavy Boy some platinum. Won't let you get your token to log in. That's annoying. Ooh, Brian's stuck.
Take your platinum and like it, Weaver.
Mr. Chen, Brian, you're still stuck. Come on, you've got to get out before the bull wall gets here, right? Oh, you will. Okay, cool. Cool. Don't worry. Remember, we're doing a Grand Prix, so there are 3 races before the winner is officially chosen. Although the current standings...
We're in first place with 2 points, followed by myself and Eric at 1 apiece. Who will be the victor?
Okay, let's go on to the next race. Where's your ball? Did you do exclamation point play? Once the map's up, you got to type exclamation point play in chat to get into the actual race. There you go. So now that this is up, type exclamation point play and you will get in. There you go. If you're not on this list when the game starts, which you now have 69 seconds, you won't get into the game. So like Weaver still needs to do play. Oh, we have a lackadaisical howl. Greetings, welcome. What are you guys up to? Are you guys still doing Conqueror's Blade? Or are you guys back to definitely drawing family-friendly things? There you go, Weavy Boy. 30 seconds for anybody else who wants to get into the race. Tales of Immortal, nice. I have God, what's it called? That I didn't realize. I forgot I had bought because I was like, I want to play this someday. You know, I was watching you guys play that the one day. I was like, oh, they would like this. Where is it? Race starts in like 10 seconds, by the way. If I can find this before the race starts, that'd be great. The Immortal Mayor, which is like, it's like a Rim World, but in like cultivation mythology. That I'll have to do one day.
And they're off. Starting the race in varied positions as they drop into the first bowl. And they're going to spin, so we're just going to go like this. We're going to watch some spinning to see who gets through the funnel first. Here's some really chill music. Round and round they go. Where they stop, no one knows. Oh, but it looks like Weaver has dropped the momentum first and may make it through the funnel. Weaver's in, followed by Brian, Mr. Chen, winning, myself, and Lackadaisical winning. Weaver's off to the first start, though, as he gets through the fun fan of misfortune. Ooh, Weaver, though, nice outside track. As everybody else just smacks into it.
Play Amazing Cultivation Simulator. I have seen Amazing Cultivation Simulator.
Nice landing, Weaver. Nice landing as he takes a quick shortcut, almost blocking himself out as I do the same thing, but usually I miss that. Weaver says, ha ha ha, I will never lose. Definitely not a death flag in this race. Weaver's off to a solid lead. Everybody else, though, making their way through with no mishaps so far. Weaver's up. And Weaver sticks the landing, managing to take a second first place victory. Nice cat winning. I landed it. Winning, no!
Nice win, Weaver. Ooh, there goes Eric. Ooh, everybody else died. Well, I guess we'll just give Weaver his points again. A bunch of did not finishes. Ooh. So hope I could do the fall so I could do the I'm a genius. Oh no. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Rigged. Absolutely. Definitely rigged. Yes. Go ahead, exclamation point play in chat to go ahead and get on into this race. You have 69 seconds. Opt some music. Remember, if you do not see your name on that roster, you're not in the game. Laundry is now on. Woo! Woo! Nice. I need to do laundry. I was talking about that earlier with my mother because my room is kind of cluttered, especially over in the direction that you definitely can't see because it's totally off screen. The green screen is down, and it's cluttered because it's like 80% clothing because I just don't get rid of things. So thinking of feng shui, I might actually use it as part of my world building. However nuts it is, I have read a couple different like Chinese light novels, right, that use that kind of like that cultivation very heavily. Because that's just like their thing. And on multiple occasions thought, oh, that'd be really fun to put into a game. So I support it. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think it's crazy. It doesn't work in D&D, but I think it'd be a lot of fun.
And they're off. Mr. Chen taking an early lead out the gate here. We have raced this track before, as you will see. Mango Coolio holds our track record at 1 minute and 50 seconds. They go down, they go up, but where will they end?
Where the Feng Shui rules are a nightmare. That's why, like, it would be an absolute nightmare. I feel like it could be really fun, especially if you're doing, like, an Asian, like, inspired setting, as D&D and most TTRPGs are traditionally, like, Europe. Western Europe, but I think it'd be interesting. You'd have to take a lot of work.
Although Brian here fighting for the track record against Mango Coolio's Ghost. He's in first. He's got a slight lead on the track record, but can he hold it? We have seen Brian choke in these races before. The pack though is not far behind as Mr. Chen enters the elevator first. He's up first to the battering ground of the Malices. Both Winning and I are eliminated on the back end. Can Mr. Chen make it through? Flawless execution. Into the power-ups. Into the funnel. A nice straight shot here from Brian as he makes it through and he's over. And he's out of there!
Rest in peace, Brian. That was a good run. Eric, though, also in the air. Eric, though, managing to stay on the track. As Weaver Fair, also sticking the landing. Eric with a solid
lead, as I'm not in the voice. See how they managed out. Neither of which will be setting this track record for us today.
Well, mainly the house building and space uses, you can use that to organize the town lores. Absolutely, yes. That kind of stuff could be implemented. And I think it would be really cool for a property system.
As Eric is into the pendulums of peril. But can you make it through the pillars of pain? I should have, thrown the echo up. I probably dropped the pitch for that, but it's fine. Looks like Eric will be securing this victory. And Weaver, taking a second, even though everybody else just did not finish, will probably succeed with the win overall for this Grand Prix.
If you didn't know, leaving a bathroom door open with the toilet lid up is bad feng shui. I mean, something like losing wealth down the toilet. I can see that. Feng shui is nutty, though. I think it's interesting. Nice win, Eric. Let's get that boy some plat. Not that Eric, ever actually uses his plat. Just lets do silly things or bribe people. All of which are things that I support. No, Sister Brian, I'm sorry. Don't leave the fan on while you sleep or it sucks your soul. Well, I mean, if you have one. I also always sleep with the fan because it's too hot. Can I use this radio voice or Jackbox as well? I can. Yes. Yes, I can. But let us see the final race results for the Grand Prix. I'll give us some platinum. Let's do 500, 250, 100.
In third place, we have myself, rocking that. Eric taking second, and in first, to nobody's surprise, is Weaver. Congratulations, Weaver. Enjoy your platinum. I will be giving it out shortly.
Okay, I took third. So here's a raffle for the platinum I would have gotten. Let me give Eric his plat, and let me read chat. And Weavy Boy, take your 500 Platarinos. Remember, you can gamble your plat, you can roulette your plat. A little roulette wheel will spin up here if you roulette things. Like, do I even have plat right now? I don't, so I can't do it. But there's some up there you could do. And I will hydrate. Thank you, Brian. Ooh, we were throwing it all on roulette. What is that? You put everything on black? Black is the default bet. The world's richest man in the world. When does your element? I can't sleep with that arm moving. There you go. Don't sleep next to me while you sleep or I'll suck your soul. Yeah, I'm a human space heater. I have to have a fan on when I sleep. Or it's the rules on what side of the room your door needs to be built on, depending on what the room is built for, kitchen, workshop, or bedroom. That's insane and I love it. I'm sorry for your loss, Weaver. Congratulations, Iangra, on the win on the raffle. The fact that those lined up was fantastic. So the sad violin is playing for Weaver as he loses all of his platinum, and the children cheer because Iangra won the raffle. Mr. Chan also lost all of his platinum. I'm sorry. Don't worry. You'll get more. Platinum is our stream currency. You get 10 of it every 10 minutes just for hanging around. 30 if you're a sub. You get some when you sub, when you follow, when you raid, and you host the stream from a raid. It's a little tricky. I don't know exactly how that one works. I'll have to check it again. Sometimes I just give it out. Sometimes we raffle it. Sometimes we get it from winning games. There's plenty of platinum. Worry not. But let's run another 3-race Grand Prix. Some more random maps. What he gives, he shall also take. Ooh, a black and white map, or just snowy. But go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on this next race. I'll give you guys an extra 20 seconds. Go ahead, exclamation point play, get on in. Oh yeah, there's platinum. Platinum's just for fun. At the end of every month, I reset platinum anyway. Whoever's in the top 5 of the platinum leaderboard, which you can find with this command right here, will get VIP for the next month. Yes, we have rotating VIP slots. Lots of fun. You know, bragging rights. Shiny diamond. Mr. Lost, welcome. Join us. It'll be fun. Lost OBS the Handler. OBST Handler. X is always fun. When is next D&D? This coming Wednesday. This coming Wednesday is when the gods will speak back to them. And then we'll do whatever's happening with that. I was talking about a bunch of the evil. It's German, sorry. That'll do it. My German is not very good. I started learning German when I was in Hamburg for work for a couple weeks. The best I managed to do was order pizza. I learned what a bunch of the food was so that I could read menus though, which was very helpful. Okay, last chance as the game
begins, and they're off. Starting the race off with a slight lead is winning at his wonderful cat profile picture. Let us see how they end up. When he faces the first drop, Weaver falling not too far behind him, but as we all know, this is nothing but the beginning of the race. Lost, thank you for the follow. Welcome to this madness. Enjoy your 500 platinum. There should be a little thing that pops up like right here. It doesn't always appear though. I'm gonna go fight with those alerts. Ooh, Winnie taking the first drop, but Iagra not far behind him. It appears this course has some rock hazards. Please be wary, racers. When he's taking his first slalom at high speed, will he stay on the course? Will he avoid the rocks? Weaver catching up to them. We have a tight pack at the front here. Ooh, Winning slams to the rock as Iagra jumps over it, managing to stay barely on the course there as the downward slope takes him. Ooh, Weaver though enters the snowbank first, taking a slight lead over Iagra. This veteran racer here showing what he's got. For the record, it does not matter how many times you race, it doesn't impact anything. It's all kind of just like random physics generation. Weaver though into the second snowdrift. Iagra behind him, Winning following up. Brian though coming up to catch the front of the pack. Weaver hits the first boost. Ooh, narrowly dodging that rock fall, as Lost and I are really pulling up the rear. Hey, me, how you doing? Weaver though out first, followed close behind Iagra, who takes the slight lead. But he's losing momentum as he bounces across the walls. Weaver hits the boost first. Looks like we're now over halfway through the track. Watching for more rock hazards, Iagra smashes into one as Weaver managed to avoid it, eking out a front first place as he hits the first ice pile. And it takes the right path. The others, though, clumping up behind some of these rock hazards on the track. Winning managing to make his way through. Which path will he pick? Also following the same path as Weaver on the right. Weaver hits the snowflake spinny thing. Down drops and he's out! Weaver taking the turn a little too aggressively. We have seen this many a time with this racer. He's either first or he's out. Winning drops into a snowflake, loses the momentum. Takes a similar approach to Weaver, but sticks the landing. Maybe the rock hazards, how will Winning handle this approach? Collide. We'll see if the other racers can catch up to him or overtake him in time. As Brian, not to be forgotten, skips a couple rocks and takes a place ahead of Winning. Lost, though, not fall behind. Also manages to, cement himself on top of Winning. An aggressive play from Lost. Iagra, slow and steady, picks the other rock to run into. Brian out slightly ahead of the others is an important stopping. His positioning in that rock hazard may clutch this victory out for him, depending on how he navigates these pillars, and he's good! Congratulations, Brian. Good win.
This voice reminds me of GTA 5 mission. Yeah, it's just that radio announcer voice. I think it's really fun for this. Well done, Brian. Take your platinum. Nice win. You were very close, Weaver. You were cruising a little too fast. Took a turn a little too hard. Got blasted out. Can you sing Uranium Fever in radio voice? I do not think I have a good singing voice, and so I'm like super uncomfortable singing in front of people. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
So, if you have recently joined us, we are playing a bunch of just individual Grand Prix. So we're doing like 3 race Grand Prix. I give out platinum to the first winner of each race. And at the end, we give out stuff to everybody in the Grand Prix. So let us, without further ado, move on to the next race. As they say, the flames that burn twice as bright burn out twice as fast. Go ahead, exclamation point play to get in. You have 69 seconds. Nice. Also, why did that alert not show up? Let me go fight with my alert real fast while this gets ready to go. Oh, maybe it's it would help if I turn them all back on. maybe that would help the alerts. They were still off from D&D. You can run your alert back. Oh, no, I know why I turned them off. I turned them off last time when we were getting all those like hate raid follows. So I just turned them off. See? You have 20 seconds to get in on this race. Remember, if you do not hit exclamation play, you will not get in the race. Race will begin shortly. How do I feel about semi-meta stories? What do you mean by semi-meta stories? And the race is off.
And they jump into the first funnel bowl. But go ahead and tell some meta stories. What's the meta story? As you guys spin in circles. Circle, everybody's second favorite shape. I always forget all turns that off.
Sorry, I was looking for some settings real fast to clean some stuff up. But it looks like the race is moving on.
As we're off with a tight, close pack in the front here, beating Niagara and winning off to an early lead in this race. Not to be left too far behind though, Mr. Chen, Weaver, and Lost are pulling into a tight pack behind that. As we split, I take a solid lead here on the straightaway with Niagara falling behind as Weaver takes the right turning twisty path. Niagara and I switch. See who comes out ahead here in this race. Ooh, Niagara looks like he has the momentum. But I narrowly eke out a slight edge on him as we come into the fan blade and I take a straight shot through. Niagara colliding with the fan and slowing down. Can anyone catch me? Or will I just, throw this myself by throwing myself off a cliff? Exclamation point hotline in chat. Ooh, Brian, though, not to be left behind, managed to get through the field and is now in a third position in this race. Brian, always a contender, cannot be left out. As I take a lead coming out of the spin into the rumbling little bumps of pain and doom. Second fan shot coming up and a collision, but not a full stop. Niagara makes his way through the rumble strip, losing some speed, and takes a clean shot through the fan blade. I do not believe he can catch me at this point, but you never know if I'll just, throw myself over the wall. Ooh, Niagara hits the blade, though, and is dropped short as I take a first place victory. Niagara coming in and win. Mr. Chet Bryan, though, never to be cut out, never be measured short. Come from almost last place to take a third in this track.
I think I told you about this story. It's called Simulacrum. Yes, you have. Mancro wakes up with no memories and quickly realizes he is one of the few sentient people in the world that seems to follow various narrative tropes. Yes, we've talked about that, and then we talked about Omniscient Reader's viewpoint after that, which has a kind of a similar kind of spin to it. Oh no, where's Lost? Oh, there's Lost. I'm like, Lost is so far behind. I love your pineapple picture, by the way. Or I should say ananas, as literally every other country calls them. I won, which means a raffle for you guys. Go ahead, exclamation point join to get on the raffle, and exclamation point play to get in on the race. I haven't favorited Still Weaver. I haven't gotten through my backlog yet. I will read it eventually. I promise. The interesting thing about Simulacrum is it isn't clear what narrative they are a part of or how their real world even is. I appreciate that. Go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on this race. I'm starting the countdown now because I didn't start it before and I forgot. Man, marbles and chill is a good time. Remember, if you do not exclamation point play, you will not get in this race. Exclamation point join if you want to get in on the 200 platinum raffle. But it looks like Winning and Niagara have won some of that themselves. Let me pull body use volume down just a little bit. I see a distinct lack of Eric and Brian in this race. Brian, if you want to hold your chance of victory, exclamation point play. Meanwhile, we dance. Found a neat time loop story following a skeleton. This was my necrotic by itself. I highly recommend it. I'll have to check that out. Okay, last chance. Race starts in 3, 2, 1.
No, they didn't get in! Why didn't they get in? They still had time! Rigged!
It's all rigged.
I'm sorry, I should have been able to get in on that. But Iauger is out to an early lead here on this track. Oh, but Weaver, not to be outdone, takes a slight edge. This race in this path over here is neck and neck. I heard a bloop. More bloops. Is this? It is. It's the evil teleportation path of doom. Will they make it through? Who knows? This track really hard to keep track of, so we're gonna watch it like this. Who wins this track? Anybody's bet. As the marbles hit these teleportation paths, they come out of different random ones. They need to come out of the ones in the right side there, with enough momentum to actually land in the goal.
But yes, Weaver, shoot me over the DM story. I'll check it out.
Move them off, and I'm back into the teleportation.
You're getting your daily endeavors done in ESO.
Ooh, Weaver's out. Ooh, and misses the target goal.
Having to swim in a large creek, and I'm just reminded of how 80% of my hike was slogged and soaked boots. I'm so glad games don't make this more realistic.
Ooh, Weaver's up. Our winning's over. Will anybody win this race? Niagara's up. Niagara hits the ground. Niagara's over the goal. It's just you and me lost.
Just you and me.
Boom up. And I'm out of there. Can Lost win this race? He's up. He's back through. A slow drop. And Lost finishes before the wall of doom catches him. It's that like blue wall in the distance that will eventually close out on us. Icy holds this track record with 43 seconds with a really lucky pillar drop. Ooh, Lost is up. And not enough momentum. Nobody wins this race.
You see, the blue wall is a metaphor for the inevitability of death, or the thing that keeps the race going. But nobody won this race, so let us see where that leaves us this Grand Prix.
As we tally the results, in third place we have Lost. Congratulations, Lost. In second we have myself, and in first we have Brian. Congratulations. Despite the fact that you did not participate in this race, you have claimed first for yourself by 1 point.
Let me get some plat distributed. 100 for Lost for third place. A 500 raffle for me taking second. And a fat 500 directly into Mr. Chen's pockets. Enjoy your platinum. Maybe we do 5.5 race Grand Prix. Maybe we do that. Do a big one. Yeah, 10 racer. We're gonna do five races. I think it's manageable. I think 10 is very long. But go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on this race. I'm gonna give you, you know what? Let's do a fat 100 seconds. Bam. Start the countdown. Thank you, Weavy Boy. I will check that out. I see the DMs. Speaking of which, if you guys like what we're doing, make sure you follow. If you really like it, feel free to subscribe. We have a Discord, we have a Twitter, we have a YouTube. You can join, you can watch, you can do whatever you want. Join us. Go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on these fun, silly marble races as we can kind of just, you know, hang out. I need to fix some of my buttons right now. I had a fun effect before that I don't think is going to work right now. Let me see. I don't think this is going to do what I wanted to do if I did it. Actually, no, it might. It might. Was I smart enough? Okay, guys, here's the test. Was I smart enough? I was smart enough. I made it do the whole camera, not just the specific camera source. 10 seconds left to get in on this race. Exclamation point play. It appears the race is probably going to be closing because the others couldn't get in last time, and I don't know why that was. But let the race
begin! And they're off.
It's funny how eclectic your taste in fiction is. I appreciate it, Weaver.
This is a 5-race Grand Prix. This is race number 1. The trophy, anybody's to claim. As we go through the first spinning funnel into the hamster ball of doom and the cannon. The cannon! I need to throw the reverb on for that. Absolutely.
Cannon!
That's better. Oop. Augur first into the hamster ball of doom. We'll see who gets out though. As everybody gathers up. Let's start holding the track record here. But let us see how we end up. Iagr out first. Let's see how the cannon goes. Iagur's up. Ooh, little to the right though. Managing to land ahead. Ooh, on the track I spoke too soon. Throws himself off. Darkhearth misses the target. Winning though. Ooh, also off of there. Okay, guys. Ooh, Weaver's on. Where the cannon. And I'm up. And I'm in. Good shots. Lost, Weaver, and I.
Unsure if there's a good place to ask about later. Sure, whatever. Been kind of away from everything for the past 2 weeks. If I missed anything, if not, I have a different question I can ask instead. Have you ever done a Spelljammer game? First, it's fine. I will happily answer anything I can in Living World. I am not nearly as informed as some of the other leadership. I'm just, a happy little game master right now. We are doing leadership region head and department head assignments tomorrow in our meeting. Everything is in the meeting, like notes, the videos that, NARP is doing though. I don't think you missed anything major. Basically everybody took a break, as we kind of timed out the rest of our stuff. People have been kind of claiming regions if they want to write lore for it. There's a doc somewhere in council. So you're good. Just avoiding looking dumb at this time. So you got people on our level. That's all good. Yeah, if you are interested in writing lore for specific regions, there's a document I think pinned in council. You can check that out. If it's been kind of like claimed by somebody to like lead the lore front, there's a little checkbox there. You can like team up with people and do lore things. That's totally cool. lost one, by the way. Let me eat your platinum while I talk about this. The living world Dark Hearth is talking about here is the living world of Cyric, of which we are both parts. But you talk about something, an actual job. That was kind of an original intention. And now it's, I mean, we're still treating it very serious, right? We're still treating it like it's a job, but it's all volunteer based. We are trying to treat it seriously though, right? Like we're trying to do, like actually do it and make it happen. So there are departments and department heads. We get this next race going and I'll continue to ramble about it. But yeah. Yes, it is the living world of Cyric. I can get you guys some more info if you are interested in it, but go ahead and exclamation point play. I'm going to put another 20 seconds on this while I talk. So go ahead, exclamation point play to get on in on this race. But yeah, leadership department heads, region heads, that stuff is getting assigned tomorrow, I believe. Other than that, it's just been a lot of talk about any of our restructuring, which will mostly be answered tomorrow. Some lore stuff, because we all basically also took like a week and a half off. Yeah, the pay is more like a community that can help each other out, like in stream areas. Yeah. Oh, I should post in the little stream chat, shouldn't I? I never do that. I just feel awkward like advertising my stream everywhere whenever I do stuff, but I really just should. And I should just do it. There we go. No harm in doing so. I agree. Like, ultimately, I do agree. Actually getting myself to do it is always a whole nother thing. Right? My little social anxiety is like, but like, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't do that. Also, 20 seconds left. Exclamation point play if you want to get on this race. Still far more impressive than my actual career, which is to say none so far. I mean, understandable. But yes, it was originally going to be more of a pay to play and a paid system. We have moved away from that now and are more of a volunteer basis, which I think it will ultimately still be fine. And
they're off as we begin our race with, I don't know, the food processor of peril. Ooh, winning though with a really nice direct shot into that funnel. Turquoise Ghost, Iagra making his way in first, though. Looks like he's lost momentum. He and I racing for first, as many times we do. Let's see how this race pulls out.
But yes, that's all you missed. You didn't miss that much. You're good. Nothing major. I think some character creation stuff was more finalized as well, and NERP was giving us some like item creation guidelines. All of those things, anything that's important will be pinned in council. So if you want to go check those out, you'll be able to find it in the links. There are a couple like forms for interest in some of these positions, which I'm sure you could probably fill out, but I don't know how great your results are going to be, since I think they're picking them to like tonight. But I know that's a NERP thing. Man, I'm just taking the straight shot.
Iagra not to be outdone as I get slowed down by this fan. Iagra and I look like we're just going to go in circles here for a minute. Giving Dark Hearth winning and everybody else a chance to catch up. Ooh, Dark Hearth though, good momentum out the gate first here. Can he survive the columns of chaos? Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all as he gets to the elevator first. Winning though hot on his tail. Can Dark Hearth maintain the momentum for this snaking path to the victory? Only time will tell. Ooh, Weaver. The columns of chaos got him. This Grand Prix, not a great race for Weaver. Our previous frontrunner is showing he is really an all or nothing kind of racer. Dark Hearth though, not slowed down by these curves, gonna be taking a first place in this race. Congratulations, Darkarth.
Rip Iagra. I saw that as I zoomed out. Check up on some of the lore stuff. See if there's anywhere with an Arthurian style. I think there's a couple like classic fantasies, yeah. Entering those legends or maybe something else might be better. Touch on some other mythos and just use reading I've been doing on my own world building. I also tend to gravitate towards an Arthurian knight. Like noble round table, noble houses, magic swords. That's always a big thing for me. That or cool vampires. I'm also a big sucker for cool vampires. Next race, on to race 3 of 5. But I think Sitham's claimed that. So I'll just have to work under Sitham's. Go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on this race. The 2-minute timer is starting now. It's all fun. It is all literally fun in games. The world that NERP has put together, Cyric, has lots of regions for people to do lots of interesting things. A lot of our discussion last week was centered around what regions are we starting with for story-wise, kind of like direction. Of which we should also be finding out tomorrow. Yes, I should put this information in my Discord at some point of Cyric. I know we are technically public facing. We're not running yet. But if people were interested in this gaming community, because there's a gaming community going on in addition to just the D&D like living world that is also happening in that server. I can put that out there. 1 minute left to get in on this race. Exclamation point play. I figure someone would take that kind of stuff. It's so classic. I myself normally find myself working either with Arthurian mythos, North, or Japanese mythos. I approve of all of those. I am also a big fan of like Egyptian mythology and like early Sumerian. Wow, words are hard. But yes, all that's very cool. I approve of all of it. I actually think some of the crazier things were the things that were snapped up first. I mean, of course, Shrub took the plant land, which none of us were going to fight him over, mostly because he's a Shrub with a gun. We don't win that, as we've all learned. But some of the crazier things have been snapped up. So I don't know. Take a look at the sheet if you want to get involved with the lore stuff. 10 seconds left until the race begins. Yeah, you don't fight it, you just let it. Yeah. I mean, he's going to do it best anyway.
And they're off. Dropping down in the Plinko machine of doom. Beaver looks like he's got a good straight line here, though. Katie holds the track record as a ghost. We'll see who can break it. As Weaver and I are out very quickly here. Darkarth taking the other path unabated. Abated? Unimpaired? Alone? Solo? Weaver and I fighting for a first place here. Darkarth with a nice clean race on his side. As we've learned, Weaver lives fast, dies hard. We'll see if he can actually finish this race. Unabated. So out of the elevator first is a close race between Weaver, myself, and Darkarth, though. Darkarth with the other path drops. Ooh, it's slowed by the first fan. As Weaver and I get chopped around like a food processor, and I am launched off of the course. Winning, though, managed to make his way out first. And from the back of the pack, takes the lead. Ooh, but the Pillars of Chaos, once again, not a friend of Weaver's or Winning's. Darkarth, though, can you navigate these pillars? And yes, he can. He makes it out of his fan and into a first place lead. A close edge there, but Darkarth makes his way into the pendulums. winning not that far behind. Niagara's slow and steady, but if winning keeps up like this, or Weaver and Darkhearth keep up like this, they may get locked out of this game. I spoke too soon, though, as Darkhearth takes an easy first place. And Niagara just gets launched. Can Weaver finish? This will be important to see. And he does! Congratulations, Darkhearth, on your next first place.
But yeah. Yep. No, just go check out the docs and stuff. I'll post some information about the Living World of Cyric in my Discord this week, probably tomorrow or right after the stream. So if you guys are interested in checking it out, you can. But go ahead, Expedition Win Play to get in on the next race 4 of 5. Expedition Win Play in chat. You have 2 minutes starting now. Let's see if I can find the settings I was looking for in a second. Where is it? Where are the things that I want? Yeah, let's do that. That'll work for now. Yeah, so it's not a great setting. So transparency here, right? What I just did is I just went into my actual stream settings, and I set it so the only channels that can raid this channel are channels that I follow, are friends of mine on Twitch, or are in the same team as me, which I'm not in a team, so it doesn't matter. Which I don't like as a permanent thing. Because that restricts a bunch of community building raids from somebody else who's got I don't know how many people in here, 5. A handful of people like me raiding into me and doing some community stuff. It stops that. It does, however, also stop hate raids. So I'll leave it on all for now. But if we see stuff pop off, I'll flip the switch. That'll be the plan. Which, if you guys are unfamiliar, that is a thing that's happening on Twitch. Hey, Painting, do you have any potential sources you could DM to me for inspiration? I want a kind of flesh crafting, aka homunculus creation system, as opposed to golem crafting, which will be different. I don't think I have anything set up, but I can DM you some stuff. We can also always chat about it. Okay. Race 4 of 5 will be commencing
now, as they drop into the Blinkle board of Doom. Everything is of doom or peril, if you have not noticed. Darkhearth, though, with an early lead here. Slight, but he leaves the rest of us stuck in a pack back there by ourselves as we split these paths. Darkhearth into the first loop. And out in the lead as it moves on to the pendulums. Slowed there, but still holding steady. Weaver tries to take the outside path to find himself back in the pendulums. Darkhearth taking a little meandering path here, boosted on the side there as I eke out a slight lead ahead. Coming out of this next spiral with some speed, Darkhearth, though, not to be left behind. Iagara coming in on the other side as we come into the first colander of the race. Iagara takes a better angle and loses momentum properly, dropping first, landing within the area. Ooh, and he's out of there. Darkhearth, though, a slower approach here as I take a more aggressive path, making it out first. Oh, but getting stuck on the little combs and falling out. Will Darkhearth's patience prove a virtue? In the next hop, he's up. Ooh, a little on the side, but he managed to stay in and navigate the pillars. Both times. Third time, still working, still staying in. He lost an appropriate amount of momentum. But with only Weaver on his tail, can Darkhearth close this game out? Ooh, Weaver navigates them a little better, and it looks like he's taking out a first place victory on this race. Well done, Weavy boy.
If Weaver is platinum. It's not quite homunculus making, but Pathfinder actually has some light rules on necrocrafts. I've only lightly looked at it, so I can't confirm what you would find. Yeah, go check out some Pathfinder stuff. I mean, I look at Pathfinder a lot when I'm looking for like some weird random stuff. Pathfinder has a lot of rules for a lot of things, and most of them are good. They're just like they need to be adapted. Hey there, Icy, how are you? Experts went play to get in on the next race. 2 minutes, starting now. Welcome back, Icy. What you know? Hanging out, doing marbles, having a good time. Remember to Experts went play in chat if you want to get in on this race. This is the 5th race of our Grand Prix of 5 games. Why do you always stream the nights I have to work? Because I work the other nights. I'm just kidding. Just because I usually stream on the weekends because I have the most free time. I mean, this schedule came about from when I was going into the office for work, which I am not right now. Where I have a hard time streaming in the evenings after work because I'm just like so tired and just like done with my day. I just want to like veg and become a potato. So like being entertaining and wanting to be a potato is harder. Like one Sunday a month and you somehow have hit all of those days. I'm sorry, Icy. I'm sorry. I mean, I plan to stream tomorrow. And then on Wednesday we have D&D. I need to go and edit so I have all the D&D VODs up on YouTube, right? I have almost all of our VODs. And since I've started doing it up on YouTube, but I need to like edit the D&D ones because there's like just hours of chat at the end, which are fun, right? But it makes, at least to me, when I see the video and it's like, oh, it's like a 7-hour D&D session, I'm like, I'm not watching that, unless I'm like already really invested in it, and then I'll put it in the background, right? 10 seconds left to get in on this race. But if I like, cut it to the actual game and then put the VOD up and then put the game up, I think it's more approachable and easier to digest. But
they're off. The Flicker Prone of Icy Peril. Oh, I feel like we've had this race before. We have not, because there are cannons and rocks involved. Icy Fire, though, off on the icy course, an appropriate name for an appropriate race. Icy makes his way down the first slope. Oh wait, we have not had this one. Slowed slightly by the pillars as everybody else in the close pack behind him can Icy hold out. Iogre ekes out a lead. Lost makes his way to the front. Can they survive the boulders that rain down upon them? Who will win this match? Incoming boulder. Too close. Ooh, as they make it into the funnel right before the boulder takes out 3 members of this race. Iogre with a quick drop down this funnel, followed by Darkhearth. As they are stuck by the rocks that have gathered at the bottom. This will give the other racers time to catch up. Ooh, a third rock breaks them free as Darkhearth and Iogre are out ahead of the rest of the pack into the cones. Iogre, though, finding an outside path here to navigate around the cones as the others have freed themselves from the rocks. Darkhearth, not to be outdone, though, is on his tail. The two make it into the spiral first. It appears, folks, that we have icicles on the tracks. And our racers navigate these falling perils as they make their way to the rest of this course. Lost making up some time here, followed by Weaver and myself. Iogre still holds a slight lead over Darkhearth. As they make their way into the ice debris, Darkhearth takes the lead on the outside pass. Iogre gets stalked by the ice. Darkhearth, though, looks like he's pulling away. Manages to make it down to the next section. Can he make it through this rising ice and falling sickles? Darkhearth Darkarth navigating these pretty well up until this point, but has found herself stuck and slowed for a moment as I come in with an outside path taking the lead. Darkarth and I go right, or left, Weaver goes right. Onto these straight shots. How will these work out? Ooh, Darkarth, gonna use this point here to take a lead back from myself. This race is still anybody's game. Darkarth finds himself on the receiving end of this trick, as we will do this a couple more times. Ooh, Iagra with a lot of momentum there, almost making it off the course, as he is tended to do. Iagra, sweaty palms, but off to a lead here with this momentum and a straight shot into these cones. Can Iagra navigate these cones safely without losing too much momentum? He finds an outside path, working his way back in. Iagra off to a solid lead here in this gap as myself and Darkarth and Weaver fight for positioning in that area. Iagra first to make it to the crisscross and the launch. Will he manage to stick this? We have seen Iagra struggle with these kind of parts of the map before. And he's up. And he's just too far to the right, Iagra. And his fatal flaw, aerial leaps. Can I make the shot any better? No. Boss, this is your chance. Can you sink this landing? And he does it. Having a solid victory here. Darkarth is up, and he's in.
Come join me, Panahan. It's fun down here. Is yours stuck? Maybe you are, Icy. Flaw my ass. Oh, too short. Well done. Okay, you've been running 2 Pathfinder 1E games. In my time, I found that each set of rules on their own are great, but combined so far invites more rules arguments. That is kind of the problem, or I should say, the biggest problem that Pathfinder often finds. This is supposed to be my track. I'm sorry, I see. As a system for ideas, is fantastic. I 100% agree. You can get players to work with you and kind of break free of the rules mentality rather than 5E's ruling mentality. I think it'd be amazing. Yes. As D&D editions have evolved, and I've played most of them, you'll see this kind of pattern as they sway back and forth between like rules rigidity and the make a ruling at the table, which is 5E is like you make a ruling at the table. How does grappling onto something while falling work in 5th edition? I don't know, an athletics check and then half your movement, please. Right, like you make a ruling at the table and everybody goes, yeah, that's fair. And then you roll some dice. Thaco. So, okay. Before I reveal these results, Thaco is the 2-hit armor class. Basically, it's all the math you do to figure out. It's the inverse of what 5th edition does, where like you roll dice and you have to hit a number in 5th edition. In previous editions, it was like, okay, so if you have this armor, I'm attacking with this weapon and this proficiency. I'm 5 inches above you and have a slightly elevated positioning. You add all those numbers, you go, okay, so I need to roll a 6 or higher on this die. And like that, you work backwards. It's a well-intentioned system that slows a lot of things down. Yes. Sounds convoluted, 4th edition. I mean, yes. Yeah. A bunch of well-intentioned things that comes from the opposite, where like things are a little more loosey-goosey like they are in 5th edition. And that is why 5th edition has advantage and disadvantage, which is basically all of those numbers rolled down into advantage or disadvantage. But okay, let us reveal these results and then I'll continue my rant about D&D things. One of the coolest things that has happened because of the large number of rules is that on my Saturday game, 2 of my players want to found a kingdom, something I've never had players ask to do in 5th edition. Feel like it's all because they know the rules do so exist. I like it. Okay, polls are in.
Weaver takes 3rd, Lost takes 2nd, and Darkarth with a 1st place victory overall in this 5-race Grand Prix. Congratulations, I will now be doling out your platinum.
Yeah. And points, Weaver 100. Add points lost to 50. Add points Dark Hearth 500. One thing about rules, they also let you know what is allowed. Yes, and that is one of the failings of 5th edition. Don't get me wrong, 5th edition is very good at what it was kind of designed to do, which is to bring more people into D&D, to be a more approachable rule set. In 5th edition, to make your character do something, you do not need to know every single rule. You need to know the basics. What stat might be used for it. If it's a skill, an attack, or a saving throw. Whether or not you think you can finagle some advantage or disadvantage on it, right? And then you consult your DM. I would like to do this. And your DM goes, okay, with this skill, you can do that. Or I need you to roll this, right? And then it goes, and then you go, do I have advantage because blank? And your DM goes, yeah, I think you have advantage because blank. And then you roll 2 and you take the higher number and everybody's happy, right? And it encourages that. I'm gonna set up another Grand Prix while I talk. And I think personally that 5th edition does a good job overall of doing that, right? Go ahead and join. I'll start the timer for this first map in a minute once I'm done ranting and catching up on chat. Okay, that's the one thing about rules, let you know what you can and can't do. Yep. Magic item rules and gold system, it's a pain in my butt. Yes, very much so, yes. 5th edition is meant to be approachable, but 3rd edition and Pathfinder, etc. are where the good stuff is. That's how I understand it. Feat tax could have been reduced, though. Yes. So, if you haven't played previous editions of D&D, feats were more kind of built in and a little more specific. Like you just got feats in other editions, like in Pathfinder, you just get feats. Some things give you more feats. 5th edition, like they did with a lot of things, abstracted them out. And feats became bigger, more bloated things. Like look at Tavern Brawler, or something like Mobile or Sentinel, right? And because of that, they encompass a lot of things. So in order to mechanically do some stuff in 5th edition, you have to have the feat. Like you want to punch, you want to grapple, you want to be able to pin something. Tavern Brawler, don't have it? Sorry, out of luck. Now, of course, that varies DM to DM. Some DMs don't like feats at all. Some DMs will let you attempt it without the feat. It just may not be as guaranteed. I am currently and personally one of those DMs that as long as it's not stepping on other people's toes at the table, I am down to kind of work with it. Like if somebody else is Tavern Brawler and you want to pin people, I'm sorry, no. They spent their resource to do it. If nobody at the table is going to pick Tavern Brawler, right? Or is this Grappler? I might be confusing 2 different feats because they're so weird and bloated and kind of overlappy, right? I'm gonna start the cooldown now. You have 2 minutes. Welcome back, Brian. Right. So as long as it's not stepping on other people's toes, I am down to be very flexible and very generous with my rulings of things. You'll see that a lot in the game that I run on Wednesdays, right? Or every other-ish Wednesday, depending on how our schedule works out. I will make things custom for characters. I mean, I make everything custom right now because I've made a nightmare of a system. But like things will be very custom, and I'll be very generous as long as there's not another player who's trying to do that thing. Yeah, you get 10 feats in Pathfinder regardless of class and race, but a lot of feats need you to get to other feats first and are often needed to play a particular kind of character. Yes. Which makes Pathfinder very difficult to start up because you need to know where you are ending up in Pathfinder, right? In 5e, your character can kind of go on a journey and kind of meander between things. Oh, something happens in the game, become very religious. You can pick up Paladin. And it's pretty easy to get into something. In Pathfinder, you kind of need to know what your goal is from the beginning. if you know that, Pathfinder is great. Your opinion of feats in Pathfinder is 5e, that Pathfinder had more diversity, but the way you had to chain feats together couldn't constrain. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Whereas I think 5e feats are very bloated, and there are definitely some 5e feats that way outshine others. Like, I think mobile is a very good feat for melee characters, right? I mean, Lucky's good. A lot of people hate on Lucky. I don't think Lucky's that bad. I allow Lucky. Core mechanics of Pathfinder, the useful thing any character can technically do, are very wide and quite cool, but later levels need feats to be used. Yes, I agree. I totally agree with that take. I do so much build crafting in D&D 3.35e. Yes.
And they're off.
But they're spinning, so I'm going to keep talking while you guys spin. Fun away, the difference of Pathfinder 5e are inherently to the entire philosophy of how they want to approach players. Yes, they are. So that video by Matt Colville that I linked in my Discord the other day, when I was talking about like dice systems, the way a game's rules are built heavily influence the way the game is going to, I mean, very obviously, right? How the game's going to play, how the game's going to feel. Oh no, lost. But they inherently just influence like the feel. 5th edition D&D and most D&D editions is about fighting monsters. It just is. Because of that, a lot of emphasis is placed on combat. You'll see that echoed both throughout. Ooh, Dark Hearth. Ooh, never mind, Dark Hearth. I thought you were getting a big lead. You got launched and you missed. I am sorry, my friend. Ooh, Brian holds the record on this track. Right, so you also see that in just like the D20 system that's used. A D20 roll plus number hit to check against whatever number you have to hit is very fast. Bye, my marvel. Yes. It is very quick. And I will take a first place, suckers. Sorry, I didn't announce this game because I was talking and ranting about dice systems. Which is nice. It means you can, don't get me wrong, D&D rounds can take a while, and a lot of people will complain about how long a D&D round can take. But if you were to take like Warhammer 3rd editions, like dice rolling systems, and apply that to D&D, which is like you build a dice pool and you roll like 8 dice, and the outcome of those dice tell you how everything went. If you had to do that every round, it would never end. Like, it would take so long. The way they approach that is it's one thing. Grab you the punch, yeah, right? But the thing in Warhammer round is you're not rolling every round of combat. What really happens is, oh, you approach the combat of this thing. We might have 2 rolls, and those 2 rolls is the whole combat, right? We have solved it in a different way. Where in D&D, we would have rounds of combat going. I know the newer Warhammer changes this a little bit more. This is one of the older ones. But just those 2 inherent dice systems give you a very different storytelling mediums and give the game a different flavor, right? In D&D, because we take rounds and we take turns during each round that use, in general, a single die roll to determine success or failure, we track position, HP, damage dealt to very accurate numbers, and we have to handle what's going on, and we get a turn-by-turn action sequence. In something like Warhammer or in Cypher system, it's just kind of the middle ground of these two. You have a very different storytelling for combats. It's not as much a turn-by-turn, blow-by-blow. Like commentary, it's a bigger picture thing, because Cypher system's about exploration, and Warhammer's more about like high fantasy storytelling. But okay, I'll start on the next race. I know, I'm rambling. I do this when we talk about RPGs. Ormus, the overall result, D&D goes in the mission. Yes. Go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on this race. I'll give you guys another 2 minutes. Yes. Oh, did we get a new record? I thought we were a little short. I love your rambling. I know, I like to ramble, and I'm glad you guys appreciate my rambling and like to participate in it. But I also know other people who like want to play marbles, and like there's timers on the marbles and I'm not using them. I'm just talking. So I gotta pause myself every now and then, you know, just like click next. Rambles are fun. I know. There's nothing wrong with the rambling. I just gotta keep everything else moving too. If I sit here and just ramble and, you know, not run marbles, I get a couple angry DMs. I'm just kidding. Maybe. But yeah, no, I've been messing around, like I was talking about the other day, and like making my own RPG stuff. Because I have this like modular magic idea that I was like really fixated on for a couple days. And like it just doesn't work in D&D, I think. I think it takes too long in D&D to really function. Like a wizard's turn is already long enough. Although I guess this changes things. But yeah. Yeah, I played D&D once and don't mind rambles, but I'm very confused. Marbles is less confusing. Yeah, I am talking like large scale history of D&D at this point, because I personally played a bunch of them. This doesn't feel better, but tomorrow I might need to go. Oh no, I hug her. But yes, if you do not feel better, go to the doctor. 100%, absolutely, yes. Do as I say, not as I do. With having players who want to build a kingdom, I now have to figure out how to use that in map tools. I'm a big fan of MCDM's Kingdoms and Warfare as a basis for a lot of that. And the race is about to start, because I think that gives some useful mechanical things to Kingdoms as well. I know it's built with 5th edition in mind, but it works kind of for all editions. It's pretty system agnostic.
And they're off!
Obligatory message as I get back into talking about tabletop role-playing games. How to do that in map tools? I mean, I would make like a world map may be helpful, or like a region map. And like a kingdom, like city maps, and make it like you have to do a little work ahead of time to make sure you have like the pieces to build it as you go, right? Yes, Pathfinder has the rules. 5th edition lacks them, which is why they kind of made them for 5th edition. Or 5th edition, wow, I cut out there because I spoke into the top of my microphone. Into the cannon, Dark Hearth. No, you having Iagra luck. Ooh, Icy. Did you make that landing? Ooh, you did, Icy. Nice.
And Icy off to a nice lead after a solid cannon performance.
Yeah, I've worked a bit in map tools. I spent more time in Foundry, honestly. I've looked at map tools before, and most of my actual playtime experience has been with the Living World. I want to run a couple more training games just for fun, to mess with a couple more interesting map tools things. I'm a software engineer by trade, and I have a degree in computer science. So the ability to script a lot of things out is really always a plus to me. What is Foundry? Foundry VTT is a virtual tabletop VTT that is a one-time payment that you have to like host yourself. I think they have a service you cannot pay for that, but I host it myself, and that's what I run my game in. It's like a Roll20 where you have to do a little more work to set things up, but you can make your own modules for it.
Nice win, Icy Fire, with a first place victory here after that beautiful cannon performance.
Yeah, it's a very flexible tabletop. Yes, it's very moddable. It is basically a big browser, so it runs in JavaScript. So if you can write JavaScript, you can write any macro you want in it. It's what I currently use for my game, mostly because I can mod things. One of the things I wanted to do was I wanted to pull the health pool like out of the character and make little things for like my game. It's like you can see it on screen. I haven't done it yet, of course. I started it and then I got distracted. Story of my life. Next, race. So The thing I have with Foundry is if you want to make a bunch of stuff or you want a bunch of big assets, Foundry is great because Roll20 is going to hold you back a little bit on that unless you pay for Pro on Roll20, which Pro for a year of Roll20 is more expensive than Foundry for life, which is why I made that switch. Because I like big maps and I cannot lie. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Here's the 2-minute countdown as I rant a little bit more. I'll show you guys one day. We'll go through different like virtual tabletops because I have access to. Do I own Fantasy Ground? I don't think I ever bought Fantasy Ground. Fantasy Ground is a little more like map tools, but a little less moddable. But it has some nice tools to it as well. It has a little more built-in support than Map Tools has. Map Tools is exactly what it sounds like. It is a map tool. But because you can mod some stuff into it, you can program some things. You can play in it. It's really nice because players can drop things into the game. So for a living world, we've been using Map Tools. And one of the big perks of it is you can take your character from one game to another. You can just drag and drop it. Which is super convenient because then the DM doesn't have to make your characters for you. You can do that in Foundry to an extent. It's just trickier because you've got to make sure all the mods and all the versions line up. Because things get a little messy in Foundry. Because the way things are like, everything's an item in Foundry. Which I'll show you guys one day. We'll do that, and maybe maybe we'll make a little like YouTube video, different like tabletop systems, and what I like eat from each of them, and what I don't like about each of them. Maybe we'll be informative. I did say I was gonna make that video about how to do the Discord overlay at some point for Mastermind and Pidge Morty. Wow, I haven't called him Pidge in a while. Gonna show you what I did in my world so far, just using the paint tool. Do it. Yeah. I've shown you guys my workflow for maps. We've made some maps before. Cross campaign stuff really well. Yes. I also agree. One of the best parts of map tool is token expression. You can like freely rotate your token, which is also, this map looks hilarious and I love it. You can do some really cool expressive stuff with your tokens in map tools, which I really like.
And they're off on the Gurg Splashtastic Sea Adventure! Oh my god, there's all kinds of different slides, it's so great! Of course, I went down the green-blue slide, naturally. Weaver took the blue one into the shark's mouth. Darkhearth, Mr. Chin, and Eric are on the pink one. Let's check in with each set of these slides and their riders. Some fun turns here. Some fun twists there. Little boost staying in there. Weaver, though, straight through the shark's mouth with a nice little drop. I think we're going to have to watch this from over here. Ooh, there's a faucet in the pink one, a spiral in the blue. These sound effects. We've got water sound effects. Ooh, a slow here on the pink slide as Darkhearth, Brian, and Eric are kind of stuck up here. Weaver, though, out first of the blue slide into the big wading pool. Don't swallow this water, folks. You do not know who was in it. Darkhearth taking an outside path here. Will he get through first? He drops to the waterfall first. And takes a first place victory. He's the first one out of the slides. Congratulations, Darkhearth.
This is a really fun map. I like this. But yeah, I mean, all the tabletop systems are great. I mean, I have not played D&D in Tabletop Simulator, but I've seen people do it. I think it's really fun. They all bring a little different like spice to it, right? Map Tools is better expression. Foundry's probably more moddable. Foundry puts a little more on the DM. I like to set stuff up. I mean, Map Tools does too. Roll20 super easy to pick up. Which is probably Roll20's biggest bonus, is it is super easy to get up and running on a game in Roll20. Whereas like Map Tools and Foundry, the DM has to set a lot of stuff up. Like to even hit like you need spaces, Brian. Here, I'll fire them for you. Orange. orange, green, blue, indigo, cyan, pink. I got you. I'll fire them. Yes, we have fireworks if you guys haven't seen these before. Channel point redemptions. Let me start the next race up though while I chat. Yeah. Easy snap, unsnap the grid. Also super nice. Which is a really old command that doesn't currently run. Although I may be bringing it back. It's from last year's Halloween stuff. But go ahead, exclamation point, play to get in on the game. It's not October yet. I don't have any spooky things turned on. You have 2 minutes to get in this race. But yes, the turning, the grid snap and unsnap, the ability to build maps on the fly is really nice for map tools. That some other things take a lot of setup to be able to mimic. Which is all really nice. Need more spoopy things for this year for Halloween? I'm working on it. I don't want to talk about it too much yet because it's not done and I had a really busy work week, so I'm a little behind on what I wanted to get done. But I'm trying to get some stuff ready for October. We'll see. We'll see what I can pull off. But go ahead, exclamation point play in chat. You have about a minute to get in. Light effects of Foundry though. Light effects of Foundry are really nice. I think the vision on Foundry is probably the best vision I have encountered. I have found the vision on map tools has probably the most player lag variance. The vision on Roll20, like line of sight, fog of war vision on Roll20, can be a little sticky to use sometimes. Not only is it a paid feature for the really good stuff, but it doesn't always work and sometimes freaks out. Foundries, I've had some map loading issues with Foundry before, but after that it goes really well. Animated violet light is just so cool in a map in Foundry. Yes, the ability to animate a lot of light sources without destroying the game and coloring them is really nice. Set your map and the key I made for it in one note of note is that the map is far from complete. Gotcha. I'll check it out in a minute. Ooh, nice big roadmap. I like. Ooh, many little notes. I will read that. I will get back to you, Weaver, because I'll have to look at that a little more in depth. That's a lot of stuff, which I like.
And they're off to the rainy spiral in the eye of the storm.
But yes, Foundry's ability to give different ambiances is really nice. I agree. I think I want to say you could do animated tokens in map tools, but it might be a little trickier. I don't remember. That might be a question for Lunar or some of the more veteran map tools users, if that's even possible. I don't fully remember. I can only speak to my own personal experiences on them.
Dark Arthur with an early lead in the first colander of this race. Ooh, Weaver and I sneaking by. Weaver with a direct line. A good outside path. It's Weaver. But a little too much energy coming in, losing some momentum here. Eric not to be counted out, neither Darkhearth. As Darkhearth comes down with more momentum coming on Weaver's tail. Weaver with the first drop into the second funnel, Darkhearth a little faster. Weaver's lack of momentum here may be a bonus, but Eric and I slipping through slightly ahead as I sneak out of first place here. Into the first cannon into the storm. I'm up, I'm out, I'm in. Good shots. Looks like Eric, though, with a night. Ooh, I was going to say a cleaner path, but looks like something went wrong in that storm. Brian, naturally, missing his shot. Ooh, Weaver's out as well. What is happening here? Weaver did die. You did indeed die.
Yeah, it is. That's the not so good accounts. Just gonna switch a button real fast. Oh, you are 100% correct, Darkhearth. That is why I kind of switched out of narrative mode and went over to good old view here. Oh I need to finish this. I was building myself a tool to deal with this kind of stuff. But yes, you are correct. They would be bots. Just gonna, you know, here, have some chill music while I fix this. Okay, and we're back. How the heck can someone create so many accounts? Is it that easy to make an email? Yes. So there are two parts to this. The first is, I believe you can make any number of accounts with the same email address. The second is it incredibly easy to make more emails. Most systems, if you did not know, if you add a plus after your username and before your the @ sign, right? So if your Gmail is paydian@gmail.com, right? And you did paydian+1@gmail.com, it counts as a different email for a lot of systems, even though that plus sign will just get written out, will just get removed during the actual email, sending. It will not be read as the address. So all of those emails come to the same place. Here, 1 second. Quick lessons with Paydian. I said, quick lessons with Paydian. So, right, if you do that, which I do it a lot. So I have a shopping Gmail address, right, that I use for all my shopping things. That way, all that stuff goes to one place. Let's say it's shopping@paydian.com. It's not. Let's say it is, because I'm not going to give you guys my email. I'm sorry. If I sign up at Best Buy, I'll do shopping plus bestbuy@paydian.com. Those will all go to my paydian.com, my normal email address, but I will see in the subject or in the to line that it says it's from plus Best Buy. I do that because then I can see if somebody sold my email address, right? They would sell the full email address. And then if I see something I don't know, penis enlargement pills, right? And the to line says, shopping plus Best Buy at paydian.com, I know Best Buy sold my email. That's why I do it. It also lets me keep things straight. You could, however, for many systems, they count and they take your email and they look at the database and go, do I have this string? Does this email match? And the extra plus will make it not match in most cases. So you can make more accounts off the same email. Potentially, if I don't know why you would want to do something like that. I'm just saying you possibly could. I know for a fact that works for Gmail. Some other more custom mail servers may not handle that properly, but that works for Gmail. So that's one way that they could be doing it, right? Like you could just all of these accounts, right? You see how they have a main, a name, and then they have an underscore and then something else. They could just be doing the same thing, but with a plus for the email and just a big bot that does it. And then it's just a bot that just follows and prepares the raid with messages, anybody that's live. It's just a big pick, right? So that's how that's working. Also, super easy to set up other emails if you needed distinct emails, if for some reason they are actually checking without the plus. Most places don't because it's a step they don't really need. But yeah, that is how you can see who's selling your emails or, make more accounts on things. Again, I don't know why you would possibly want to do something like that. Make more accounts that are functionally different, but all go to the same place. I can't speak to why you would ever want to do something like that. But that's how you would if you wanted to. Do not hate raid. So I am not making jokes about that. I am not alluding to doing that. Do not do that. Although all of you people here are hanging out and seem to be great people. And I can attest to most of you that you would not do that. I'm very against that. Yes, quick lessons of Padium. So I can get more offers for penis enlargement pills. Absolutely. Also, if you see offers for penis enlargement pills, don't click on them. They're probably a phishing scheme. If you get emails for things that you did not explicitly sign up for, do not click on them. Life lessons with Padium. Now, on to our next race. I won the race, so here is a raffle for 200 platinum. Yes, sample every pill, trial and error. Don't do that. Don't do drugs, stay in school, don't fuck pineapples. Or if you're doing drugs, do them safely, do them legally, and do them if your doctor says so. Next map. I do not endorse doing illegal things. But go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on the race. Life lesson with rerolls. Morals are overrated. Eat people to save the animals that don't taste good for later. This is why we don't let you give life lessons, Weaver. This is why. Right there. Let me start this timer. I always forget to hit the start countdown button. Go ahead. Exclamation point play to get in on this race. Icy Fire with the 200 platinum win. Nice. No, I feel inspired now. Chemistry has been a door to many good and not so good things. Yes. Very much yes. I mean, many sciences have their dark sides. I mean, physics led us down to an atom bomb, of which Oppenheimer greatly regretted. With many famous quotes attributed to his response after creating the atom bomb. Ooh, put it on 22. I like it, Icy. But you guys have about a minute left to get in on this race. Exclamation point play in chat. Nuclear power is nice. The atom bomb, though, he had a bunch of quotes. I mean, his most famous one being, "I am become death, destroyer of worlds," which I use whenever I feel sick. But he also had one, he went to the president at the time, and I forget exactly how it went, but he was saying how he felt like he has blood on his hands. I believe it's the beginning to the "I am become death, destroyer of worlds" quote, but that's the famous part. I need a refund in plat. Oh, I'm sorry. Did it not go exactly how you wanted it to? 30 seconds left. Exclamation point play in chat to get in on this race. If your name is not on that list, like myself, Icy, and Weaver, you will not get in this race right now. Hey, you judge me now, but when you're starving and only have a bug and a conveniently unaccounted for person, you'll thank me for the advice. I also do not endorse cannibalism. Let me just make that one very clear. I played RimWorld with the new expansion. Eating people is quite the useful thing to do. The new expansion for RimWorld is very fun. It adds some extra little spice to RimWorld that I do enjoy. Last race of the Grand Prix will be starting shortly. 3-man race. Let's see who gets it. No, I didn't get plat for winning once. If I had, that would have probably obviously won. Ah, yes, I see. I'm just kind of stuck here.
But they're off. And I will give Icy his one plat winning because I probably did get distracted. Look at this. There he goes. There he goes. Meanwhile, Weaver off to an easy start. And Icy gets us winning for one of those races that I did not pay him for because I was rambling.
Makes sense, Weaver. Other important life lessons, don't buy things you don't need and can't afford. I know that sounds super obvious, but like that goes to everything, to like video game skins. Hey, Payton already lost it. Yeah, I know. I know, you already lost it. I'm already out of this race. You're trailing behind Weaver though you could still take first overall. But yeah, video game skins, video game subscriptions, video games, DLCs. If you are not in a position where you have more financial flexibility, those things are not worth it. I understand, but they are not worth it. Trust me. Also, if you're of the meat eater type of person, have no outstanding issues with processed meats, I suggest maple flavored bacon jerky. It's my new favorite snack. Most maple flavored things are great. Don't spend more than you have. If you are in debt, get out ASAP. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Fun point of information on that kind of a thing. As many of you know, I'm in lots of student debt. But the way debt works, right, is your required payment is usually the minimum required to get through interest and start paying down your principal. That's the word. Over the time span. If you pay more than that minimum a month, you will dramatically reduce the amount of money you pay overall because less principal will be compounded in interest. So I forget the actual example, but we were talking about it at work one day. And if you paid an extra month every year, right? So if you paid a 13th payment every year on a 10-year loan, you'll cut it down to 5 or 6 years of payments. You will cut that much out of it because of the way compounding interest works. So in short, don't spend more than you have. If you're in debt, pay down your debt as safely and quickly as you can. If you can afford to pay it down a little faster, I recommend that you do, as compounding interest is a bitch. But most importantly, don't buy things you don't need and can't afford. Basically, pay as much as you can as quickly as you can, but only for for things that compound interest wise, right? So if you have an interest as a percentage, right, let's say at 10%, which is pretty high, do Valorant skins count as need? Probably not, Icy. I have a hard time seeing a situation where a Valorant skin counts as a need. Now, if you can afford it, I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Have fun. If buying Valorant skins brings you joy and you can afford to do so, go to town. I'm not going to judge you for that. I have way too many League skins, and I have some Valorant skins too, and I haven't played Valorant in a hot minute. Right. Not going to judge you on that. Ever. But it is my advice that if you don't have the money to be able to do that, I recommend not doing it. That is just my simple advice. But yeah, so basically what it all works is if you have less that you owe, when the interest adds on to it the next time and increases in amount, there's less that it builds up, and so you pay it down faster. Otherwise, you end up paying a ton more. That's just how loans work. Oof. However, I can't judge. I got sucked into Overwatch loot box stuff. Yep. I have spent more money than I ever care to admit on games, DLCs, skins, that kind of stuff. I still pay money into Genshin, but I also really like Genshin. I have a good time playing it, so I can afford it. Is the way I justify it. But okay, let us see our Grand Prix results. Also, Weaver is owed some platinum.
As we tally the results, we come to Icy Fire in third place, Weaver in second, and bringing in first, myself.
Let me dole out some platinum here. Absolutely rigged 150%. But because it's so rigged, here is a raffle for 1,000 platinum. At least with the skin stuff, you're not paying for random things but getting what you want right away. Yes, loot boxes are incredibly toxic. Do not get me wrong. And I might crash about my needs. It's about the food experiments in your basement because I definitely ignored it on purpose. Food experiments in your basement do not count as need. No. I'm sorry. But go ahead, join in chat to get in on that 1,000 platinum raffle. While I set up another fun race. But yes, yeah. But they need the food. Okay, then if they need the food, give them food, Weaver. Go ahead, play to get in on the first race of this next Grand Prix. My opinion on loot boxes versus battle passes, I see. So here's the thing, right? I think the battle passes are fine. I actually think the battle passes are better than probably almost all loot box systems we've seen. I think the problem is loot box has been done in an incredibly predatory way so far, right? I haven't seen a lot of like I mean, I think like Overwatch might have the healthiest loot boxes, and that's because like you get them all pretty frequently. The battle passes are kind of obnoxious. Don't get me wrong. I mean, in things like Genshin, I finish the battle pass in half the time it takes. But yeah, I mean, the battle passes, they give you a bunch of free stuff that's pretty meh. I think Valorant is probably the most guilty of like putting the like some of the trashiest skins in it, right? But don't get me wrong, for the most part, you get those for free. It's hard to complain about free stuff. I am not a big Rainbow Six fan for a lot of reasons, and they're basically the whole business model is one of them. I've always disliked Rainbow Six's business model. Yeah. I think overall it's still I think the low for battle pass is still better than like the average for loot boxes, because you can at least always see what you're going to get, right? Which is a big problem with loot boxes. It's just gambling. Yes, things that can't be bought with actual money usually have my support. I'm also okay with pay for convenience. If it's not pay to win and it's just pay for convenience, I'm usually okay with it. Unite's system pushes a little too far into pay to win for me. Don't get me wrong, that evens out at the top end. It's pay to win sooner, which makes it pay to win for the early stages of the game, and it evens out. Which is fine. I've played enough Unite now that I've got like items at good levels. I got the insta boosts. I've got 30 items. I'm up there with the people who wailed on the game when it came out. I don't think that's healthy for the game. But I will take it over strict pay to win. League's kind of model is pay for convenience, right? I mean, you can buy skins, which are cool. Buy other stuff. I mean, you can buy stuff for TFT. That's cool. Ooh, no, Dark Hearth, you don't stick at the landing. I was gonna get really excited for you there. I know I don't have the voice mod on right now because I was talking about other things. Ooh, Weaver stuck it. Nice, Weaver. Gotta get moving, but you stuck it. Brian landed well. Eric stuck it. That's everybody through. Cool. Where was I? So yeah, League is like pay for convenience and play for cosmetic, which is fine. Things like most MMOs, I think if you're pay to win in an MMO, I think you're just doing it wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong, I hate pay to win. I do. Most MMOs I find are pay for convenience, like level faster or like get resources with money, which is, okay. Not a thing I would do, but whatever, sure. Skin's kind of cool, but it's a lot of trash. I feel their alpha pack system was something that was done well, as you couldn't buy with in-game money. Yes, I think that was fine. It was confusing for a new player to like look at and like try to figure out exactly what was going on, but I think it was fine. Yes. The game had both, where you had a battle pass where you can earn all this stuff, but you could also buy a specific group of loot boxes that have fewer stuff. Unite actually kind of has that right now. There is a loot box energy system, and then there is I won, so here's a raffle. And then there's like the battle pass to it. My problem with Unite is it's pay to win for early adoption, and with the small player base right now, because the game is still like only a couple months old. Go ahead and exclamation play to get in, by the way. It's really hard for new people if they get paired off with people who have paid money on it, right? What's it called? Where was I? Unite stuff, yeah. So like I don't like that about it, but that's some, and there's some other problems there, and I don't think it's entirely the system's fault. The system's not helping, but that's a whole thing. My beliefs lead me to say gambling is not good, but hey, if you like it, do it, but it shouldn't only be knowingly present, not what loot boxes did, pouting and want my money back, but knowing I chose to be part of it. Yes, yeah. Yes, gambling, dangerous. Listen to me. Dangerous. We gamble here with imaginary currency that can't really be bought, that you get just for hanging out, that means nothing and goes away every month. Fun, safe, no consequences. Real money gambling, be it loot boxes or casino, slots, whatever, dangerous. Do not expect to win. The odds here are really good. I'm pretty sure the house loses the random gambles if I'm the house, and platinum is what we're talking about. Not that it matters because it all disappears at the end of your month. 40 seconds to get in this race, by the way. Exclamation point play in chat. Real gambling is heavily stacked against you, even loot boxes. Be especially careful with loot boxes and in-game gambling things, because, I mean, this is partially just my personal opinion of things. These things are immaterial, right? They are virtual things that have no actual value, right? So you're not only gambling, but you're also not actually getting any value out of it. Besides, you know, having skins, which I guess has some like happiness value, but not real value, not tangible value. So do that responsibly. Technically the house still wins in your case. I mean, yes. Well, actually, I think it's like 50-50 for what's it called? Oh, it's this map. It's one of these maps. Yes, gambling is an addiction. Seek help if you are struggling with gambling addiction. There is never anything wrong with seeking help. I recommend not falling into it if you can avoid it. Now, as I say that, I do run stupid gambling things on my stream because I think it's fun. But like I've said, it's fake. It's not real money. Please don't gamble with real money. Yes, this is no risks. I mean, it can... I'm not going to say my fake gambling can't stimulate the addictiveness of gambling, because I think at some level it definitely can. But if you fake gamble here and don't gamble anywhere else, I'm a-okay with that. No, Dark Hearth! This is really slow with all these blocks, because we might get launched off into the other things. Yeah. Oh, you mean I keep people in my stream? I mean, it's definitely nice. I think it's just an extra little nice thing with the stream. I think a happy bonus is if people come back to play and game on my stream, and think that's cool. Okay then what, Brian? Okay then what? I mean, don't get me wrong. The whole point of the loyalty points, like originally by Stream Elements, is to be a thing that is like a draw and a community piece. I like to think our stuff is a little more than that. I mean, I don't just design this stuff to keep you guys here in the stream. I could do many more if it's just things for that. I need to bring horse racing back though. Oh, Weaver put all of his points up and nobody joined. Letting down Weaver, boys. You lost some platinum there. I am cognizant and aware that I am putting gambling out there in the world. I have created more gambling opportunities, which is for people with more addictive personalities, right? That could be dangerous. And if you have one of those personalities, or you struggle with gambling, I apologize and do hope that you just don't participate. and don't like let yourself fall into that. And I do hope that my for fun gambling things that I've built, like Weaver said, to bring more fun to my stream, do not cause you any real world pain. But that being said, I think it's really funny when people win by rolling up to my stream and betting it all on 7, not knowing what they're doing, and then winning the jackpot. Icy. I think that's really funny. I think it's a fun moment in my stream. Now, you should never do that in real life. Never. The roulette odds in my stream are more accurate to like real casino odds. It's a real American roulette board. Sorry, Weaver boy, you raffled all your money and you lost it all. Nobody joined. Yup. Ooh. I was just thinking, maybe should plat be returned when nobody joins the raffle? I don't think so. I think that's too much. I think it's fine. I think it's fine to be just a blanket platinum sink. Oh, it's okay. Platinum needs sinks. Give it to charity, but the organization went under. Exactly. Exactly. There's my raffle for my victory. Go ahead. We've got a couple races left in this Grand Prix. Go ahead and exclamation point play to get in on them. I'm going to boost this up a little bit while I deal with some stuff. Please enjoy this music. I am kind of hyped for the new Halo. Definitely a little hype on that. Please hold. Sorry, I'm just like handling the massive bot follows real fast. Sorry, Weaver, I will read your messages in a moment. Also, guys, you got like 20 seconds less than that to get in on the race. 15. While I deal with this real fast. let me get an adequate view of this real fast. Why did that just pull my volume down? That was weird. Whatever. There we go. Nice win, Weeby boy. I will give those message. I promise. I'm just like halfway through. Nice win, Review Boy. Laundry started to do with the damage risk. I'm sorry, Iagra. Okay, I still got a couple things to go through, but let me start the next race and let people at least, get into it. I won't start the timer yet. I'm just gonna let it run. So go ahead and exclamation point play to get in while I finish this stuff up. I'm not going crazy, don't worry. See, this is why I need to build this little tool to handle this. So go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on the race. I haven't started it yet. I won't start the cooldown for a minute. Not until I finish cleaning this up. And then we can get back to, some happy marbles racing. Okay, we're now caught up, I think. I can tell how kind of backed up Stream Elements is on alerts, because I just did one of them from 7 minutes ago. I don't even know how many this was, 30 or something, just all came in at once. But okay, what I miss? Actually, you know what, let me start this 3-minute timer. Go ahead, exclamation point play to get in on the game. Got 3 minutes before this next race starts while I catch up on chat. Okay, Weaver, but I really can't wait to get back in the groove of homebrew. I'm going to make all sorts of cool stuff for my players in mid-game. How I intend to do my D&D is that mid-game is much longer than early game, since high-tier D&D can be a mess. Very true. So I said there are many profitable but still constant points of mid-tier. Sounds like fun. That way I can let my players be strong in a way I can control and handle. Think of it as the high-tier play being power, but mid-tier play being plenty of diversity. I think it's appropriate. Homebrew can be so much fun, Dark Hearth, absolutely. I really like building new races, really cool. I've got some star elves that need to break out. Animate some mole people, Telepidae. There's just so much that goes into it, from reading up on Mythos to get inspiration for it, to figuring out the mechanics, not to talk about the world building. Absolutely. I should also add at this point, it's a very important distinction when you're homebrewing stuff between like homebrewing for your game and homebrewing for all games. It's like when you build something that's like supposed to be a thing that other people can use. It's a very different design process, at least for me, than stuff I'm building for my own game. When I build stuff for my own game, I'm looking at my players, what my players want, what the power level of them currently is with all the other homebrew junk I've made, that kind of stuff. It's honestly become almost an addiction to homebrew. Absolutely, just make all this stuff. I think I've done more research for D&D than I have ever did for school. I feel that on many levels. Many levels. I am sorry about your damaged wrist, Iagra, and your laundry. That sucks. Oof, Iagra, take care of yourself. Forcing yourself to work as hard as normal when your body isn't ready can make things worse. Absolutely. Absolutely. And another joins? Yeah, it's one of like 30 something. Honestly, I find people learn more doing than in a school, at least for the more advanced stuff in life. I think a lot more people are kinesthetic learners, people who learn by doing or being hands-on, than are expected. And I think general schooling, real big blanket statement here, disclaimer, is not great at that. Don't get me wrong, I think some teachers are really good about that. And I think some teachers can make that better. 30 seconds, by the way, exclamation point play to get in on the race. But I think in general, it's not great. I know writing and making D&D stuff has led me to learn a lot more than at school did. That's fair. I noticed that while I was still in school, I was interested in nuclear physics when I was in middle school, but I was stuck just reading Christmas Carol and stuff. Yeah. Yes, that happens. That happens a bit. Iagra, you cleaning up some more list? I think I was sucky education system, but I also got lucky with mostly good teachers. Yes. So education as a whole, right, unfortunately is tailored to the general populace on a very average level, which means at best it's like at best you might get luck out and make it hits just right. For the most part, it's meh for most people. A good teacher is capable of identifying that and adjusting accordingly to tailor the educational experience to the students who need it in such ways, right? I've had really good teachers like that. I've also had really bad teachers like that, but I'm a bright student and was able to do it for myself for the most part. Overall, I've been lucky in having good teachers. I think that's just a part of the system, unfortunately. A lot of our public schools also have really large class sizes, which make it very difficult for teachers to, do that tailoring to make an educational experience. Ooh, nice shooting, Weaver. Better for each student. And the students who need more specific educational needs, I'm not even talking like IEPs. I'm talking just like students who need to like be hands-on with something, who like will understand how alternating current works in a physics class when they get to actually touch like the two, like the copper wires and the magnet, right? They get to actually look at it, and they have a light bulb and they put the wire on and they make it work, right? And because of that's just not always possible for the teacher to be able to put together, which is very unfortunate. but I think knowing how you learn is a really important thing to figure out. And there's a couple of like online quizzes that you can do to try to figure that out as well. A lot of it is just kind of observation. If you are incapable of paying attention to a lecture, you're not an auditory learner. If you can only learn by having something shown to you, like watching somebody do something and you're like, oh, I understand now, you might be a visual learner. If you have to physically do it yourself, you're probably kinesthetic, hands-on learner. Those are all, it's fine. Most people are a balance of those things. I don't know anybody who's like, I only learn by doing. I'm like, so if I told you what to do, you would just like totally forget it? Of course not. But it is nice to know that for yourself. I tend to be, I lean a little kinesthetic. I do. I'm pretty balanced on it. It varies per subject for me, pretty heavily. For most sciences and maths and things, if you explain it to me and you show it to me, I'm pretty good about it. I have found in programming, I need to do it. I need to sit down, I need to write some code that does it. Which one play in chat, by the way, to get in on this next race. This might be our last one of the night because it's like 11. I'm getting tired. We might get another Grand Prix in. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just like very on edge right now. We might just chill after this. We'll just continue talking. But go ahead, Expert Play. You got 3 minutes for the next and final race of this Grand Prix starts. Also, Weaver, I owe you some platinum. A biology teacher is a large reason why I'm passionate as science as I am, running as I am. The fact is I probably could have gotten to something to do with agriculture. The teacher hadn't been fired for some reason. Talk and Chill is good. Talk and Chill might be what it is next. Don't lie. Don't lie what? What am I lying about? Dislike things that cause on edge? Yeah, I agree. I need to finish that tool I was building. Basically, I was building an activity feed with a ban button built in. It's my secret orc. I'm always on edge. Experts won't play to get in on the game. You have 2 minutes left for this last race of this Grand Prix. Probably our last marbles in the night. We'll probably just talk and chill after this. Oh, Iogre, have you heard about Eric's opinion on orcs? Yeah, you should ask Eric about it. I'm not snickering like an evil monster, not at all. Nope. Nope, I'm not being evil and mean. Not in the least. I'm just happy that concept art and other artistic fields have a lot of pros who have their knowledge online for free. Yes, been very helpful for someone like me who likes to learn at his own pace. I love people who make educational videos. They're some of my favorite people. Wait, I have the stream muted? Oh, don't worry about it. Talk shit again? No. Yeah, like I love doing art. I actually need to I made all the tokens for my D&D game for like my players and stuff. I owe a friend a token. Still, I need to make one for him for one of his characters for the game he's running. I'm also in it. I just, help him make some art. Yeah, I hold them higher. I mean, that is his actual opinion. Some of his friends were just teasing him because of the way that he originally had pitched some of the stuff he was talking about. Like, oh, so you made them cannon fodder? He's like, no, they're like honorable warriors. He's like, so they made them cannon fodder? Like, Eric hates orcs. Eric does not indeed hate orcs. Don't worry. I was just like, Eric, you can't let Iogre know that you hate orcs. Fully messing with him.
And they're off to the races, to the first big funnel of the hard landing course. While our racers prepare for this funnel, let us take a look at the course ahead. A couple varying paths of difficulty into a nasty leap into the straight on with obstacles to the victory. All of our racers are circling the entryway to this funnel and the beginning of the rest of this race.
Orcs aren't cannon fodder, they are war machines that use both brawn and tactical prowess to crush their foes into an aerosol spray. Accurate. Nah, they're just like the frontline country to this invasion. So like they're the ones who are taking most of the beatings. Like they're the cannon fodder. No, they're honorable warriors. But yes. We will eventually do some more token creation on stream because I got some stuff that I need to make, but I need to get through some more things. Okay, who's in first?
And it's me! Following the same record as my previous track record on this course. As we're off. Eric Darkhearth not far behind, though, as we get into the first ramping. Here we go. Coming up on the first big jump. And we're up! And we've stuck the landing decently well, but how will we handle these pillars at high speeds? Ooh, a slight detour here as we take an off angle as Eric takes another shot forward. Darkhearth on a more direct path, taking a slower approach. Now clear of the obstacles as the rest of the pack works to catch up. Ooh, but Iagar and Weaver hitting that speed boost just right and just off the course. Weaver, though, managing to hold it on as it comes to the next set of pillars. Weaver stopped in his tracks, but can he make it through here before he gets launched off of the map? We know Weaver has a bad habit of getting launched off of maps, but he has pulled it off. He has made it through. He's taking the right path at a slow speed. Darkhearth does not have the speed to catch him at this rate, and looks like neither will I, as Weaver takes a first place victory on the final map of this Grand Prix.
Orcs are cannon fodder, that's why I loved them. I mean, in 5th edition, yes, absolutely they are. Yes. Cannon fodder has the connotation that they're meant to fail. I'm sure Eric doesn't need to send any other units in. The orcs will crush all. Well, we send many units in. Exactly. Just trying to learn how to fly, that's all. Angels and demons are fun creatures in my world. They get to regenerate. Don't worry about that in my world at all. Don't think about regeneration. No, don't worry. Don't think about it. As the Dark Lord, this is indeed the case. That way I get to kill the pesky heroes myself. Absolutely, yes. Okay, sure, that's fair. In my case, not so much. Regenerate is the fact that you gotta kill their coffins of the respective realms. So yeah, continuous waves of war. Vampires. But let us see our Grand Prix results, and I owe Weaver another 100 plat. Okay.
We are towering up the victory points, and Iagra takes the third place victory here by the points. In second, we have Weaver, and in first, we have me. Definitely not ranked.
Let me get some points out. Here is a 1K raffle for my victory. Go ahead and get on in on that raffle, and we're going to go back to, just kind of chilling. Goes back into IRL, just chatting real fast. I'm going to go chat and chill. There we go. Hello, chat. Ooh, what's this big message? That reminds me of how orcs are in my campaign. I still haven't gotten around to the new orcs, who are the remnants of an ancient orc golden age, who have become a warrior culture to the many they protect. So they may protect themselves and make a new kingdom for themselves. And there are the old orcs, who are insane because they are essentially the fallen mutants because they refuse to leave their homeland that was ruined, destroyed, irradiated, making all who live there go die or go mad. To be fair, a front line of beefy orcs need only to do a flirt emote to win the combat. Depends who they're up against at Iaugar, so WoW works. WoW works, yes. If only that was the case. It might work on some of the Angels of Demons. I mean, depends on the enemy. Not most, unfortunately. Flirt doesn't work on asexual beings. Yeah, that'd be a small problem. Me, on the other hand, says Eric. Hey, how you doing? Sorry.
How you doing?
By the by, your voice change was very smooth and crisp. I'm guessing you have a mixer. Either way, you just want to say it's very nice. Thank you. I do. I have a Go XLR. Yeah. I have messed with a couple things, you know, to get... Actually, what are my settings on right now? Not the fun ones, but like I was making... here's the one god that they're talking to next.
Like crazy god voices. This is technically a female voice, so I need to do a slightly different voice to really make this work.
But like messing with throwing a gender in one direction and then pitching it in the opposite to get like weird voices.
Or to just get a really deep voice going.
Or even kind of pulling it back a little bit. Just drop it a couple notches. I like that because I am not great at voices. I'm okay at voices, right? Like what I tend to do more is I change my vocabulary and my speech patterns up, right? Like I'll slow my speech, I'll pause more, I'll put a stutter in, I'll use simple words, small sentences, that kind of stuff. And I will do my best to pitch up and down. Occasionally I'll do some accents, like an Eastern European accent, and I'll kind of get dragged into something like that because I'm not very good at getting accents in. And I will fall into a Southern accent. I can't do it intentionally. I will fall into it if somebody else is doing a Southern accent. So on top of one, I needed this to just do some other load things on my computer and some other audio things. Like being able to control this music separately from the other audio feeds is really nice. So I can, you know, control that better. Being able to toggle the voice for my players on a better level to bring them back up to where I'm at for recordings is also really nice. There's a sampler built into this thing, and you know, a filter for when I want to go like you, right? Like I can do that, which is really fun. An example to get your Southern accent, just moving with me. My mom will give you perfect something. I mean, yeah, I'm really bad at repeating accents I hear. Like remembering them and like redoing it. Pre-beeps. Yeah. But yes. Would I recommend my mixer? I've been trying to find one so I can use a better mic and get a clearer voice in my recordings because I hate the way my mic makes my sound. Yes. So, here's my opinion. This setup I have, I mean, I got this pre-owned from a buddy. I spent for all of my audio equipment just under $500. If you're doing it for yourself and you have the money and can afford to do it, go to town. I'm not going to stop you. If you're doing it for a stream and you're not profitable, I'm not profitable, but like, right. It's my same spiel. Like, don't spend money you don't have. There are things you can do to make a microphone sound better. There are cheaper mics. I mean, this is like a $80 mic. So like, it's not the most expensive mic in the world. This though is a big step up in audio stuff. I really need to be a little closer to the mic than I have been today. I should really be about this distance from my mic, which you have a hard time seeing, but it's about a fist. But yes, you can get some really cheap solutions to help cheaper mics sound better. Mixers are really nice because they take the load off of your computer for handling microphone things, specifically USB mics. I'm a big proponent of like a cheap blue mic, like a Nano or a Blue Yeti. And NVIDIA like RTX voice, if you have a graphics card that can handle that, that works great. You've got to mess with the gain a little bit to pull that up. You can put some equalizers on the filters in OBS, whichever one you're using. I think I don't know if Slobs can use Reaper's filters. I'd have to check that. But then you can equalize a little bit there, because I'm doing a little equalization. I'm doing a little equalizing on my voice. Let me pull it up so I can tell you what it is. I am dropping the really low end. I have like none of it, because the really low end is just gonna be thuds. My voice doesn't go that low. My voice is not that low. I boost on the higher end of the low side. I drop around 500 hertz because I find that is what's picking up a lot of weird echoes in my room and a lot of the fan noise. So if I drop that, it cleans it up a little bit. Not perfect, but a little bit. Enough that I'm happy with it. Then I pull back a little more on the upper register of the midtones and the lower section of the upper notes. You definitely have to mess with it a little bit. Not everybody's to be different. Yes, Iagra, I love it. A little foam box and a boot to hold it up. Yes, a little foam to absorb echoes. Fantastic. Works great. What's it called? What am I chatting? There's my chat. And here's my thing. Right. I have a little compression going on. Compression takes your highs and your lows and kind of brings them in the same level. If I compressed it more, that's how you get like that radio voice where like everything is all at the same level all the time. This just helps when I'm like talking quietly. It pulls that up a little bit. If my like gate is picking it up. And then if I'm shouting, it pulls that down a little bit, which is nice. The mixer itself is nice for me because I have a nicer microphone than a USB one. I wanted the voice changer because it helps me with D&D things. I like using it. I'm going to use it more in D&D things, even if it's just simply... Gotta find the right filter. Just pulling a voice up a little bit to try to get a more feminine voice, as opposed to my normal voice, which I don't think is feminine. I don't identify as feminine, so I don't think of it as feminine. I mean, it definitely sounds different to you guys than it does to me, but that's the whole thing, right? This gives me a couple tools. There are free ways to do this. There is Voice Mod, which is kind of like a free. You can pay for premium, but you can do a lot of stuff for free with it. It runs on your computer, so it's going to take up some resources on your computer. I was using that and RTX Voice for a while to speed it up. Maybe it would be good for me. I don't use strong language, so I would promise, but some of my NPCs might. Sounds like a good review. My dad, audio engineer, was looking to help me get my setup better for my name day, so I just wanted to get a more reasonable view before I made a choice. There are cheaper mixers than the one I use. I'm using the full Go XLR. There's a Go XLR Mini, which does basically everything that this does, but doesn't do the voice mod as much. I think you can still voice mod it. I have to check because I don't own it. You might have to just go do it through the software. You don't have the little knobs. You don't have the sampler, but you have the sliders. Then there is... I already banned all those, Iagra. Then there is... what's it called? Elgato's mixer. It's just one dial, and you can select the different channels, which I think is the cheapest of the three. So if you're really looking at like XLR audio, which is like what this is, you can look at those. I think all three of them are great. From what I've seen, I only have firsthand experience with the full Go XLR. You can probably find some better reviews from people who have used them all. However, on like YouTube or something. I mean, if your father's an audio engineer, he can probably help you figure these things out. I did a lot of trial and error myself. A lot of Googling, a lot of messing with it until I thought I sounded okay. A lot of it is just like, if you pull your mic closer to your face and lower your gain, or up your gain depending on your microphone, that'll fix a lot of things. Lifting your microphone off your desk helps. 1, to get it closer to your face. 2, to pick up less desk noise. Like right now, if I don't have a gate or I'm talking, you're probably going to hear desk noise from me just because my mic is really sensitive. I was intentionally doing that. Which is why I try to mute myself or not talk when I type. Because you'll pick up my mechanical keyboard, which is not the loudest mechanical keyboards, but it still gets picked up. Yeah, I don't know. That's like my 50 cents on my audio setup. It all boils down to don't spend money you don't have. Right. Audio, I think, is one of the more important things on Twitch. But you don't need what I have right now to get decent audio. I know I just cut out there because I spoke down and not into my microphone. Because I'm like leaning back away from it and I need to be sitting a little more upright and a little closer to the microphone. I need to get into a better habit of doing that because I've changed my audio setup recently. Thank you, Iagra. Yes. Remember your DMs? I see them right here, Weaver. I have them open. I will look at all the things. I promise. Making me get another water. I just have my keyboard with it. Yes. People are more likely to be okay with bad video than they are with bad audio. Absolutely. I think, there's a lot of things that go into that, right? I don't think you need a camera. Personally, I think you're fine without it. I like it. I personally, I gravitate more towards streams with some representation. If you don't remember, I love VTubers. Absolutely big old simp over here. But like, I don't think you need that. Yes. If I personally open your stream and I'm like, I can't hear, I have this person on full volume and I can't hear them. And I'm like, they cut in and out. I'm like, I'm not sitting there. I'm sorry. Or likewise, if I open their stream and I'm like, you're just yelling into your microphone the whole time, I'm probably out. I will tolerate bad video. I'm really picky personally. There's just a lot of things that I want to watch all the time. And there's a lot of people who make really good content that I'd love to watch, that if I open somebody's stream and I'm like, they're not talking. They haven't said a word for the like minute I've been here. They're just playing their game. I'm probably gonna move on. I find it really important. Even so, this is one of the harder things, especially when I, like when I didn't have like Weaver and Iagra who come all the time and hang out with me, or Eric. Right. It's very, very hard to talk to yourself. I'm very used to it now. I talk to myself all the time. Like to constantly talk to myself while I play video games. And the only way I would do a cam thing would be with a 3D model, but I don't really think that is the way I would go. That's fair. High pitch or weird noises or distortion, I can't handle it. Yes. I cannot handle, if you're eating food, I cannot listen to it. I can't. Wee woo, swimp alert, and it's me, ooh woo. Oh, Weevy boy. Same though. My Mr. Chen and I were sending like HoloLive things back and forth recently. Hardest part for me talking to myself is the same issue I have with talking to others, staying on topic. What's a topic? We don't do that here. Get someone to join you in chat when streaming gets used. So absolutely. I am fortunate enough that these weirdos hang around with me when I don't stream for weeks on end and keep canceling. And then they still come back to talk to me. I say weirdos in the most endearing way, guys. You know this. You and your people burgers when you're doing Graveyard Keeper. How can you not remember that discussion? Yes. Yeah. I remember opening that stream and you discussing eating people in burgers. Uh-huh. I remember that. I also see my video cutting it out again. I'm being real annoyed about it. I mean, why would I be offended by you calling me weird? That's just facts. I mean, fair. But like, also feel free to play with the lights. We haven't played with the lights today. The game encouraged that behavior. I know it did. I know it encouraged that. It rewarded that behavior. Yes, Darkhearth. I 100% agree. So when I stream D&D, I don't talk to chat. Right? If I talk to chat, I type to chat. One, I'm the DM, so it's like really hard for me to talk to chat. So what I end up doing is I'll address chat during a break before and after the game. I will sometimes type the chat. I'll like answer questions. Somebody has a question in chat. But for the most part, during the game, I ignore chat. For tons of reasons. First, I only have so many brain cells, and they're juggling my audio, the actual recording and streaming process, my player's audio, making sure the display is up and properly, and like running the game. Right? All of that. I don't have enough time to talk to chat. my two brain cells are at full capacity. 2, I am running the game. Blanket statement. I am running a game to have fun with my friends. I am showing it to you guys because I think it's fun and I love to share my stuff that I think is cool with you guys. I'm not looking for input. I appreciate input from people who are well-meaning. I'm not looking for it. If I'm looking for it, I will ask. You guys all know this. Darkhearth, being a DM himself, probably knows this. And the rest of you are very respectable, very responsible with this in chat. There are people out there who would rules lawyer somebody else's game. I'm not dealing with that. Get out of here. I will happily discuss why you don't appreciate my ruling later. But yes, absolutely. Yeah, I don't talk to chat when running TTRPGs. Luckily for me, I never really have a chat to fret about it. I lurk. I'll say hi next time. I don't see. My thing is when I lurk in somebody else's like game stream, and for one, hopping into streams mid campaign is really hard for me. I do it just to support people, like when I can, but it's very hard for me to catch up sometimes. I try, I do, but when I'm lurking like that, it's because I'm working and I'm like not actually fully listening to what's going on. So I'm like hopping in and out, and then I come back and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Now, when there's combat, I'm with you. And then when I hop into somebody's game and they're playing like D&D, I don't want to disrupt. Like, I don't want to be like, hey, how's it going? Having a good day? How's life? And like, you're running a game. I'll say hi next time though. I'll let you know I'm there. You just realized that you're teaching Body that you like to eat people burgers? Yeah, you are. You fall into this trap too much, Diagra. You really do. Here's my info for your campaign. It needs more gratuitous make out scenes between NPCs. No. That is really gratuitous. That's me making 2 characters of my own make out. No. 2, I would just fade to black that. Flirting with my friends even in character makes me uncomfortable. So that's gonna go over there. That's me first. There's nothing wrong with that. Like Critical Role does a good job of juggling that kind of stuff. Yeah, hopping in mid-campaign being hard is actually why I haven't been advertising my campaigns on the Discord. Streams are mostly for keeping record at this point, which is good. I forget a lot and make up too much mid-session. That's just DMing. I feel that on many levels. I mean, I don't think I've advertised my game in there. Mostly because the last time I like actually ran my game, which was like 2 weeks ago now. Right? Or did we run it last week? We ran it last week, right? Let me go check. When is it? Was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago, or like a week and a half now, right? We were kind of still in the middle of the whole great shittening, so I was like, now is not the time for me to be advertising my own D&D game. It gave my social anxiety a reason to say don't do this, so I didn't. So Weaver uses OneNote. I use a copious amount of sticky notes that then go into a Google Drive. But yes, any kind of organizational system, and OneNote is very good at this, is great. Is great. But yeah, I need to advertise my own stuff more. Like, don't get me wrong, I do very little to grow this stream. Now, this is now meta Twitch commentary of growing this specific my stream. I don't really advertise myself outside of this stream. I should. I don't. I tweet once every 3 months. You fell asleep. Well, welcome back, Winning. I'm in a bunch of streams, but I don't like advertise myself, and most of them I'm like allowed and encouraged to. Like, even like my friends' Discords, they're like also fellow streamers are like, yeah, you should advertise here. Speaking of advertise, by the way, I didn't do this earlier. If you guys haven't realized by now, Dark Hearts does D&D on stream. You guys should check him out sometime. I'm sorry, Dark Hearts, I meant to do that earlier. I get too distracted at having these conversations. Back up last, I remember we were racing marbles. We stopped racing like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, Minnie. Lots of races, tons of platinum got thrown around. We were lost it all, naturally. Now we're just chilling. Now we're just hanging out. Oh no, you're gonna make me blush. I know, they do it to me too. But see, we gotta do this to each other because we're really bad about doing it for ourselves. So I make a point to do this on my friends who stream. Everybody who I can vouch for, I do it when they're hanging out in my chat. I usually do it when you get into my chat, but I was slipping. I was slipping today. I'm sorry. I need to make Bodyun do it automatically. So Bodyun here is my personal bot that I built myself. So I make him do a lot of things. I need to make a D&D mode for him still. I do it a lot manually right now. Yeah, just a little bit of mutualism. It's good. I believe the word is networking. Oh, here, Weaver. There we go. He's going to impersonate. Oh, and social media. But they need the food. I'm okay with him, Body and Weaver. Nani? Don't make Body and political. We don't do politics here. I think that's from the one thing that we were talking about, a very specific issue once. Yeah. What? I have nothing to say. So, if you're new here and haven't seen this, Bodyun is learning how to speak from everybody in chat and can then replicate what you have to say. The more you say, the more wild things that come out. The less copy pasta it becomes. I expect nothing of others. You're good. I know. I feel that. I never expect others to, like, shout me out or do stuff for me when I'm in their streams because I'm not there for that. I appreciate it when they do. Don't get me wrong. It's nice when people do nice things for you. Oh, you're not getting body and voice from those? I'm hearing it. So where's it going? Wait, Body's been silent this whole time? Oh, I know what it is. I gotta wait, really? He's going to system. Systems routing. Systems not routing.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I wasn't routing the system audio into the broadcasting stream. I'm sorry. Bonnie's just a voice in your head. It died years ago. Let it go. No! I'm sorry. I didn't realize Bonnie was silent this whole time, so you didn't hear any of Bonnie noises. Yeah, it should be all good now. So yeah, that's the kind of cursed stuff that comes out from Body.
Iagra, verbosity makes potion strength.
There, you can hear him now, right?
Iagra, capture card, stop being numb.
Right?
Iagra, no potion voice on these.
No, motion voice in these.
Iagra, that's why I missed those clues, I think.
I miss a lot of clues.
Iagra,
Especially
the
those from
weird
girls.
words like that.
But yeah, so that's Bodyun. He's here. He does stuff for me. I make him do things. I build him. He runs my fireworks. He makes the lights happen. He does the bonking. Bonk. You know, the good stuff like that. High quality, important things. How much candy do you hope to get
Weaver
this Valentine's
42,
Day?
Bacon and Blackbird definitely for me. Weaver 42, my CPU is a shotgun that shoots 2 Eldritch blasts. Weaver 42, I was about to be the designated seller. Weaver
A
42,
chocolate.
wait, did you know what I call it? I am also installing MC, just found out about axolotls and am hipst. Weaver 42, ha ha ha.
My CPU is a shotgun that shoots 2 Eldritch blasts. That is the most Weaver sentence I think I've ever heard. It's like Body just read my life story. Sometimes we get some really good stuff. Sometimes we get some very cursed things. I need to upgrade his logic again. It's on my list of things to do. My current thing with Body is I'm trying to make him more modular. So I can, you know, make a system that can just add things to simply. We now need a shotgun in your DD campaign that shoots 2 Eldritch blasts. Oh, they exist. I mean, shotguns exist and Eldritch blasts exist. But, yeah. You can make it happen. I was debating building, like, Magitech guns that are basically like wands. But there's already actual guns and Ulysse already got his hands on some, so I don't need to. That was gonna be a thing in my friend's campaign, then he realized he couldn't keep the game up. It happens. It does. It's always sad when a campaign dies due to like lack of time, but it happens. My party needs some portable whole refrigerators, some of all the dragon steaks they're carving up. They left all of that behind, but yes. Yeah. A bag of colding is on their list. I have let them be a little fast and loose with the gentle repose spell for some things. Essentially, they had like magic catalyst pads that had one or a few uses. Yeah, I would think of it like a cartridge gun, right? And then you would load in basically the wand with the charges, and then you'd be able to fire until it ran out of charges and broke, just like a normal wand. I mean, you could also just reflavor wands as like ammo, and then basically just do that. You don't really have to do any changes to it; just have to flavor it that way. I think it's fun. It's totally doable. But yeah, so it was a homebrew item / shell. Yeah, and it's both doable and fun. And I don't think that breaks anything because you're basically just using wands still. Firearms in D&D gets tricky and some people have really strong opinions on it. Because technically, the advent of firearms changed a lot of things very quickly. But also, when you kind of stop and think about stuff, magic does weird things to economies and technology. We can't assume things progress the same way when magic is involved, because there's just no need for some technology. Firearms been around for a while, but when they got popular, things changed really fast. Yes, very, very quickly did they revolutionize warfare when they became popular. I mean, the real old firearms were so impractical, they're just like not worth using half the time. Actually working on trying to intro an old advanced magic nation who developed magic tech that is grafted to the body, acting as weapon or armor or even as a component pouch replacement. Love it. As for with firearms, I feel like they're really cool, but I quickly removed them from my setting because it never felt right. That's fair. If things don't feel right in your setting, scrap them. That's harder to do once the game gets running, but if you do, and there are like things that your players did expect, like say you just removed dwarves from your game for some reason, do make sure you communicate that to your players. I'm really surprised there isn't more magic stuff in mid to high magic campaigns. The magic basically becomes science. I mean, yes, yeah, sometimes it happens. It comes down a lot of the time, especially in 5th edition, to the DM making those things. Mostly because they usually end up like really big scale of things. And it becomes hard to manage, or things go really quickly and it kind of just ends. Really high magic campaigns can be very interesting and very wild. Reminds me of the prosthetic system I was going to make. It's similar to the armor weapon crafting system I have. Yes, you have a very extensive system, and I like it. But bionic prosthetics is your system touching that kind of stuff. I don't know science because creating a ground-up system for magic with no basis is hard. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, what is that quote? Science is magic when we don't understand magic. Science that we don't understand yet. Arthur C. Clarke, magic is just science that we don't understand yet. Go ahead, Weaver. You can post a link. You should be able to... Well, I think everybody can post links, technically. I don't think I have that turned off. You're also a VIP, so you should be fine. But also, totally... The things that... I'm not concerned about the things that you're posting in my chat, Weaver. As long as you're not doxing yourself. Not that I don't trust Darkhearth either, but like... This doesn't only go to us. Originally, it was hobgoblins who developed firearms in my setting, but I destroyed the entire empire to remove them. Modern problems require modern solutions. I love it. I mean, more its impact on culture, like magic-based refrigeration stuff. I mean, yeah, right? I mean, that's... So, Starport in my setting, right? In my world. Don't trust me. Hey, we let you in. I approved you. But yeah, like Starport, my city is all kinds of, like, they have refrigerators, like magic refrigerators, have like basically ice runes in them. A bunch of like really mundane magic things that they're trying to like get a market for, like Spark. Like one of the big things currently on display in Starport, we just haven't gotten there because we haven't spent time at the bazaar yet, is a... How do I post an image on Twitch? If you post it in a Discord, you can then copy the link and post it as a link into Twitch. And you can get the link to where Discord's hosting it. You could do that. That's what I have a private Discord server that I use for that kind of stuff. I say private. Eric's also in it. It's not less private, but it's effectively that. It works. But yeah. So the one thing on Starport right now is they just invented this like magic wardrobe chest thing that like automatically stores clothing items in like an interdimensional space. and will automatically swap your clothing items for you. Just takes an action. You gotta select your clothing, which is like super mundane, has no tactical value because it will not accept armor. It's can't be compressed into that space. I don't know, magical reasons. Mostly because I do not want to make a magic armor swapping item. Not playing with that game with the Warforged. Right. That exists. Now, Ulysse, Monty, would love that item because it lets him change his outfits and his hats really quickly. Also stores clothing more easily. Many nobles would love that item. But they've got to get it to the nobles and then convince the nobles to buy it, and then maybe you get a market. It's just a crazy city of a bunch of people making crazy things and trying to sell them to nobles. There you go, Weaver. But yeah, good stuffs, really. There's a density limit, cloth and leather. I mean, yeah, basically. In meta terms, it's using the item classification of equipment, but not armor. So like clothing, cloaks would work. I might have to like go in and like write it out a little differently, so it's like non-magical clothing, right? Just to make sure that the intent of the item I make matches up with the rules abilities I made for it. Because the intent of it was not to let you hot swap magic items. I remember someone made a cloak thing be shifted from one magic cloak to another because the player had collected like 5 cloaks that were all useful in different places. I mean, now that I like that. I do. My players will find ways to abuse the things that I give them in the best of ways. And I just have to be careful about that. I love that idea though. I was putting together a system because Eric asked a very simple question. And I've now made a whole enchantment system where you enchant like a piece of jewelry, most likely of a certain value. And then you do a like sister enchantment of that item to another item. And then one of them goes into like, I don't know, a pocket dimension, an ethereal plane. I don't know exactly where it goes yet, some demi plane. And as an action, you can swap the location of those 2 items. So you can have like a ring that you can turn into a sword, right? Or whatever else you want to store with those items. The elemental planar fashion. Yes. Beautiful. Love it. Gonna steal that now. But then I was like, okay, yeah, it is based on quantum entanglement. Yeah. Like theory wise, conceptual. In D&D, magic. Screw quantum entanglement. We're not sci-fi. We're magic. We use enchantments and spells and translocation. But yeah, it's basically that. And it's so that you can have like a ring that turns into a bag of holding, right? So you don't have to carry a bag of holding with you. You can just have a ring that does it. And I was like, okay, what is the implications of this? Because now you can smuggle weapons into a ball because your necklace is, I don't know, 3 daggers. Like each pendant of your necklace is a dagger in disguise, basically, right? Now there are implications to this. There are assassination problems. There are security protocols that need to change. I mean, maybe they're just counter spells to this. Like, this type of enchantment just does not work in this area. They have a big magic circle that says, yeah, items cannot be conjured in this space, and that's how the core of the magic works. So it just doesn't work. Because you can just shunt things into an extraplanar space with a simple, if it's like a simple accessible enchantment, right? Problematic. Ah, dang it, this is guns all over again. Rulers in Padian's world. I mean, yeah. Yes, like a specific anti-magic field that would like do this. I'm just like going down the whole thought process of, if I make this thing, what does this do to the world? Which broke for a second, had to refresh. I'm sorry. Not my fault. We have dropped no frames and have really good bit rate today. But yeah, stuff like that. Because, you know, things have consequences. And when you put something in the world and it's like, oh, so it's just a second level spell to do this? Why doesn't everybody do that? And it's like, because I didn't think about that. Wand bracelet is a good magic item, kind of like that, but it has an item weight limit as well as an item limit, and the item shrinks down to the size of a small charm. Yes. Yes, I've seen items like that, and those are really fun. So you tell me what you think about the little organization I did on the countries that I already made for my campaign. Let me pull up the Weaver DMs. Open these side by side so I can kind of like look at them. So many hexes. Okay, so here, let's see. So overall organizational way you do this. So I don't want to put Weaver stuff up here for various reasons. Mostly for his own privacy of the stuff that he's working on. I think the organization is totally fine. I think this works great, organizational wise. Going to bounce. Family is watching Willow. Haven't seen that movie in a long time. Sounds like fun, Darkheart. Thank you for swinging by. Hope you have a good time. Hope you enjoy your time with your family. We'll be back doing random stuff tomorrow. I probably won't be live for that much longer either because it's almost midnight here. And if I keep these lights on too much longer, I just won't sleep. And that'll be miserable tomorrow. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good time. I think the color organization and I think the arrow organization is a good way to do it as well. Shapes is also nice because you have limited information you can like show with this, right? As long as you can as long as you don't like confuse the shape with like borders and stuff, I think you're great. Just waiting for my bed linens to finish washing this drying. So I need to wash my sheets. Shapes represent the stability of the borders. My main issue is I want a better way to differentiate between full-on kingdom states and semi-societies. Well, what tool are you using to make this map, Weaver? Because let me go pull up my thing. Do I have this in the position I can show it? Oh, let me close. I still have marbles running. Just make sure I'm not gonna, spoil things if I do this. Oh, because I paint nice. I use paint.net. I'm gonna start there. That's what okay, so I use paint.net for whiteboarding, basically. Sometimes we're editing simple things. I think it's in this one. Yeah, this file. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to spoil anything. Cool. One moment, please. I will set it up so I can show you. Do I have a random window capture easily acceptable? Yeah, I do. Perfect. Oh, I see what this was. Let me reset the transform. There we go. Okay. So here. Shoop. We'll go to this screen. So this is my map, right? Oh, you can't see these because it's in a different window. Interesting. Can I dock you? can't. Oh, whatever. It's fine. You can't see it, but I'll explain it anyway. The way I have this set up, right, is I have different layers. So I can turn the routes, I can turn the relief map on and off, I can turn the nation, or it can freeze. It might be because this picture is massive. Really, really big. There's the nation borders. These are the nations themselves. I can turn the height map on. I can overlay the biomes on the height map. So like I usually like the relief and the height map is what I use a lot of the time here. CPU did not like that. It did not. No. I mean, it's because this picture is what? 15,000 by 7,000 pixels. Right, like I can get real up close on this and really high res, which is why I did this in such a resolution, was so that I can do bigger, like nicer section of the map. So this is paint.net. And that's what I'm using just to handle these layers, which you can't see the actual layer window because it's not being captured because I'm a fool. But like I have provinces here, right? I can break this down into provinces. And now I can make whatever map I want with this. And my workflow here, right? I built this map using a couple of different things. I used Asgar's generator to make the shapes and the province like layouts, as well as the starting city locations and routes, which I changed later. I didn't change them that much. Some of them I kept. And then I exported it in a bunch of different forms. So Asgard has a bunch of different layers as well, like reliefs, nations, provinces, height map, biomes, and this basic blank one, right? I exported those individual things and then I put them all in here in layers, and I adjusted the layers slightly so like they multiply so they can stack together. And I like got rid of the ocean layers on all of the ones but the basic one because I didn't need them. And then I use paint.net so that I can output maps as I want them. I also use it occasionally to kind of just like whiteboard and do some note taking for myself, which is why I was like, this is going to spoil things, right? Because some of my maps have things annotated on them. This is the really big source one, which is why it like, you know, fries my computer for a hot second when I do a big change really quickly. But that lets me kind of organize different things in different layers. So like, if I wanted to look at just topography, maybe I want to throw the biomes in here. Right, now I can look at just that. And I'm not looking at the country information. I'm not looking at anything like that. I'm just looking at, oh, here's the swampy area, right? I have a key elsewhere for what these colors mean. They're also being distorted a bit by the height map. Which I can turn off. So now you can really see, here's the desert. Here's the Great Desert. Right, here's the forests around the mountains. Here's the like temperate like rainforests, that kind of stuff. The big old dense forests of this area, because this country is more like a basin, kind of what's going on here. But that's fine, we haven't gotten there yet. I can turn the relief off if I just care about the information. Go great with a video. Why don't you just say, I know you aren't a stickler for realism, but if you want your map out where ores research would be in your road, it could help. I mean, I've seen a couple videos like that. I am a fan of that kind of thing. I don't harp on it too much. I put the borders back on for the big nations, but not color them. That kind of like, it lets me make maps I need to make, basically. Like if I do this is basically the political map. Right, like everything else removed. This is strictly political, and its countries broken down by their provinces. So in the Living World of Cyric Discord server, there's a section for just cartographers, where we just like talk about map making, and there's a bunch of resources that people have been posting there as well, which are super nice, very useful, very helpful, lots of fun. I will post information about Cyric in my Discord server later for anybody interested in checking out Cyric and the research that we have there and stuff. But yeah. So this is what I use to kind of edit my maps. I make them mostly in Asgard. Yeah, so that's kind of what I went with. So if I turn the provinces off, right? This is the kingdom of Elsod. This is the principality of Elsod. This is the duchy of Mitlu. Originally all the kingdom of Elsod, but current civil war. Kind of major plot point for what we're doing right now. Ubrin and Xenar, which are the two elvish kingdoms. They've kind of fractured from the one big elvish kingdom as well. This is more high elfy, like we like civilization. This is more wood elfy. We like, you know, live with nature. The Rohian Empire. These are the orcs. The Kingdom of Dragonsbane of the dwarves. The Theocracy of Solunem. The mostly human theocracy. And then this is the Merfolk and the Tritons. They're like very insular society. It really stretches out more in this direction. It's more underwater than overwater, but this is the important part for this map. Right. They're isolationist. These two are allied at war against this one. The Rohirrim Empire is at war with everybody. Tentative alliance with the kingdom over here because they're hiring mercenaries from them in the war. Most of the people making humans the theocracy. I'm not judging you, else I'd be a hypocrite. Because the other fun races were already doing stuff over here, and Soul comes from one of the big religions over here. Because this is the continent of Narde in my world, right? It was literally ripped up from the ocean floor by the goddess Kadia. You can see, you know, index finger goes here, middle finger goes here, ring finger, pinky, as she, you know, she literally goes and pulls it out. It was made and given to her creations, the humans. So this whole continent is very human, like 90, maybe in like a little less than 90 now % human. They then came over here and settled this theocracy. Yeah, Asgard is very handy to like rough a lot of stuff up. I mean, Asgard will fill in tons of information for you, but it's like really general information. Some of it's really fun though. Like some of it gets really like weirdly detailed. Like there are lists of like battles that happened in locations that I find really useful for inspiration. I use it because I think I really like its random generation tools. I think they're nice and organic enough that I can then go and work with what I want to work with. Like I changed some of these borders up from what Asgard had. This is not what these countries looked like originally. This is not where they were laid out originally. I took some inspiration from it and I kind of moved things around. But it was super useful to, you know, get up and running. The relief map and the height map I basically kept. Biomes I kept for the most part. I ended up changing some biomes. So all of this information kind of generated really nicely using like rainfall maps and stuff, which I didn't export because I don't care about having that information. I mean, I have the raw JSON for this, so I could rebuild this if I wanted to and then go look at the rainfall map. But this is generated in such a way that this is all the information that I needed. From here, I can give you a lot of information about what's going on. I can figure out, I don't know, monsoon, like there are tons of storms in this area. It's kind of why it's known that way. It's known for that. So like this area, very wet. This area, less so. Because the clouds come in and then they kind of they get slowed down by the mountains. And they dump all their water in this area. All their rain. By the time they get over here, they have some rain, but not a lot. So this area, much drier than this area. Because that's just how that works. That's why like deserts are where they are on the other side of mountains, usually. I'm trying to think of really good, like, there are a couple good examples of this. I'm trying to think of them. I mean, you get it a bit with the Rockies. That's why like the prairie is drier than like Seattle. All the water, rain, like all the clouds come in over the ocean, dump everything on Seattle, and like Sahara, yes, to an extent in the Sahara. I just don't know exactly where that is happening. And there's some other stuff going on in that area as well. But yes, it's the same principle everywhere, basically. Whenever you have mountains, one side is going to be more wet than the other side. That's just going to get more water because the mountains are going to cause it to be harder for clouds to pass over them with water quickly. So more water gets dumped on one side than the other. It's a thing that happens. Is that super important to your map making? Probably not. Depends how realistic you want to be. If you want to be hyper realistic about your world, it's very important. If you just want to justify why there's a lake where it is, it's not that important. Unless you need it to be. It's the trip of map making. I don't know if I have any other fun maps I can really show off. I mean, I can show what I did. Because like what I ended up doing is I then exported this in smaller things. And then I like exported one that has the cities on it, right? I could also pull up the provinces on this map like I did before. I basically just cut off a piece of it and exported it. And I put the cities down. This is the map that I use for the world map in my game. I've put the roads on it, right? I can turn the roads off if we don't want the roads on. I can overlay the biomes here. It obscures the height map a little bit, which is why I don't. I find the height map to be an easier view to start with. I could put the nation's colors on if we wanted. I can make the nation's colors stronger. So right now they're not very pronounced. That is intentional because the provinces also play a factor in the coloring, and these all stack together. This lets me again organize my thought process for things, and then also gives me the ability to then export a bunch of maps. As I've done a lot of digital art things that I've been learning to do, layers super helpful. Organize things in layers. It helps. It does. I don't know if any other good examples. Too spoilery? I don't think. Actually, you might be spoiling. One moment. One moment, please. There we go. Now it's not spoilery. Right. I make these kind of notes on my maps. I'm gonna organize some stuff. These guys aren't labeled nicely. Like the layers, because I kind of just made it to make this output. This is the Calyptos Isles for my world. Desert near snow? Yes, desert near snow. Yeah. There are a bunch of crazy islands. Weather here, very crazy, very dangerous. Some of the islands inherently magical. Yep. These are where the Minotaurs live. These are where the Sea Elves live. These islands are tropical. This is an island covered in snow. This is an island in the desert. These guys are tropical. Yes. It is literally raining cats and dogs. This island. Yes. I'm just kidding. I'll do that for note taking because I can do different whiteboard layers basically. Yeah, here's pirate activity levels. Well, this is pirate activity levels before the thing. What are Minotaurs like in my world? They're like traditionalists. They are the natives to the Calyptos Island, specifically Colonnade. They are very superstitious peoples and are big seafarers. They build very interesting, I guess they had to give them a code Polynesian. If I had to find a culture to base it on. They're not really a lot. They're like 40% Polynesian. But like they're big on seafaring. They are one of the big races in these islands because this is their native islands. Yeah, big. I guess they don't have to be big and beefy. Most of them are big and beefy. Generally kind. Think they're digitigrade. I'd have to double check which one all of them are, but they have the reverse leg. So they look more bestial and lanky. They are very much beast-like minotaurs. Like very, very hairy, big horns. There are minotaurs that are more like if a bull stood on two legs. Oh yeah, no, sorry. They're then undulagrade because they have hooves. They have hooves, yes. And they are an animal leg. They have 10 fingers. They don't have toes. They have hooves. They're not amazing swimmers, which is why they took to, building boats really well. They're okay swimmers. They're not like bad swimmers. They're just not like magically good swimmers. They have short tails. Some of them are lopped off. There's a whole like cultural reason for that. Minotaurs kind of take up the same space of traditional orcs with hints of Mongol-like culture. They're nomadic warrior people with emphasis on ranged warfare with their allies, centaurs, running down strange stragglers. I like it. I kept cutting out because I was leaning back and not talking to my microphone. Better suited with arms and legs, I guess. Yes. They tend to be on the stronger side, which helps just in general with swimming. But I wouldn't call them great swimmers. They are great swimmers only by technique and practice, and like pure just physique is why they are okay at it. But they're not going to win any swimming competitions anytime soon. Whereas like the sea elves don't have a lot of shipbuilding going on because they just don't need it, and they build like small, like more like flotillas. Like their whole culture is a bunch of flotillas and like undersea like housing. Omnivores. They're omnivores. But sea elves will just swim where they want to go, or like do plant like ride aquatic life. Like they have undersea chariots, like out of what's it called? Little Mermaid. Like they have chariots put by like dolphins and shit. The Minotaurs build really nice boats. Minotaur would eat a people burger? I mean, technically, but probably not. The idea of cannibalism extends to basically all sentient races. Humans would turn their nose up at eating an elf as much as they would turn their nose up at eating a human. For the most part. Or eating a minotaur. And minotaurs would tend to turn their nose up at eating humans or elves or other minotaurs. Yeah, not a thing they usually do. They're nice people generally. They're generally kind people. They not super welcoming of outsiders as they deal with a lot of pirates, but yeah. One thing to note, they actually created the first primitive alloy for after the fall of the orc culture. Ooh, I like it. It's called Minotaur Bronze. Inside the culture, there is no distinction between Minotaurs and Centaurs outside of practical acknowledgement of where they best fit in combat. And it's abnormally light despite being as strong as normal copper / basic iron. I dig it. Mine are just boat people. That live very close to this, like very close in both proximity and relationship to the sea. Yep. And they have a big old rumor that the Kalinae Island is just a giant turtle that they live on. Yep, that's Minotaurs in my world. They're from these islands, specifically around Kalinae. That's their home island. Yep. And then Oxyakrenk is an interesting one. It's like the cephalopod peoples. So many neat perspectives. Yeah, I'll pull up my notes so I actually give you the right information. Balkalish is the Orcish controlled island, as the Isle of Waves is the more human controlled one. Where's my Calyptos Isles document? Here we go. I've got a whole document on this, as I have on many things. Yes, Balkalish Nen is the Orcish one. It's an originally Orcish settlement, now under control of the Principality and the Duchy, as they took it in the last major naval skirmish. However, the current loose governance due to, their ongoing land war with themselves, has led to pirates and smugglers kind of taking over the island. It's primarily orcs, elves, and minotaurs that live there, although the native species of the island are kobold and marrow. Tosai is a desert island. It's got a big old stone fort on it. Its primary species of the island are orc and minotaurs. Its native species are minotaurs. Ebiro is a tropical island. It's got a big pirate settlement built on it. It's built of old ships and floating platforms called Anchor Down. Its primary species are orcs, elves, humans, minotaurs, and Kuatoa. Native species being minotaurs and Kuatoa. Rim is an Arctic island. It's got a big coastal settlement with massive walls that are kind of domed to keep out the nasty Arctic winds. Primary species being orc, humans, and minotaurs. It doesn't really have a lot of native species. Minotaurs would be the only ones that can really count. Kalinae is a tropical one. It's got Isturim, the birthplace of the Minotaurs, and the largest settlements amongst all these islands. It's kind of like the provincial government seat for the Calyptos Islands from the human side of things. They have a massive fleet of quadremes that are of the Minotaur design that kind of act as the navy and privateers of the islands, usually in employ of the kingdom or the duchy. Its primary species being minotaurs, humans, and orcs, with a native species of minotaurs. The Isle of Waves is a tropical one. It's got Old Vithos. It's a partially sunken island beneath, the waves. That has been kind of rebuilt with some Velsadian engineering. It's got the most humans of all the islands due to its proximity. It's also got a primary species of human and minotaur, and natively minotaur. Oxyakrenk is a tropical island with a major settlement of Alxi that have the Cecilis and the Kuatoa who live there, as well as some sirens, which are they're merfolk if they had tentacles for legs, like Ursula from Little Mermaid. And Aludri is the sea elf island. They got sea elves in Kuatoa. That's part of why I love talking about homebrew. Exactly. I want to stay and talk, but it's 12:08 where I am. If I don't sleep now, my sleep schedule will get worse. I feel that, Weaver. I'm also going to start wrapping up. That was all my islands. I just wanted to read through them real fast and give you the fun information, because we haven't gotten here or to this area yet for the campaign story. Although they do know that there is a gate for, what's it called, the Feywild on Kalinae. They learned that last session. But yeah. I think that's probably a good place to wrap it up, as it's a little past midnight here as well. So, thank you all for coming and hanging out. Whether you won, lost, laughed, cried, followed, subscribed. Hope you had a good time. Hope you come back and more good times. Love the detail you put into them. Always a good idea to think ahead for what the cultural life is going to be like. Yep, I have really high level notes for a lot of things. And then when players take interest in an area, I flesh them out and give them more details. So like specifically Vincent and Calamira traveled through these islands to get from the other continent to this one because it's the safest path. So I had to flesh these out a little more. But yeah, gotta have a bunch of little random details. At least enough that you can like make up the rest of it as you need. That's my usual plan. But yes, for now, I get ready for beds. So thank you all for coming and hanging out. I plan to stream tomorrow. That's currently the plan. But for now, I'm gonna go and wrap it all up, turn these lights off, and head off to bed. So thank you all for coming and hanging, and I hope to catch you all next time.
Iagra, I won't duck her yums. Iagra, but I haven't pushed that button yet. Iagra, it sounds scary.